that's not good. So good afternoon, everyone. From this morning's session, thank you for your patience. We'll be finishing that up as soon as possible. I'm just going to ask for your indulgence just for a couple more minutes so that we can try to get a head start on the afternoon. We're just going to vet that agenda quickly so those people can discussion, and then we'll move on and finish the morning. But we do appreciate your patience. It was a long morning for everyone to sit, so thank you for your understanding. So just for the people that are here for the 1:30 time slot, just want to let you know the Committee of Adjustments now in session. We consider applications for minor variances, permission to extend legal non-conforming uses, and consent to create new lots under the Planning Act. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, we'll vet the agenda first to see what matters are contested and what's not contested. If the matter is contested, we're going to ask the parties to have a discussion outside. If the matter's uncontested, we'll proceed with those. We ask everybody, there are decision request forms at the end of the aisle here. We ask everyone who would like a copy of the decision of the committee to please fill one out and leave it with staff. That's very important if you want a copy of the decision, and to maintain your right for appeal if you may wish to appeal, and please include your email address in that. So when we start, you'll come forward. Those interested in address the committee, state your name and address. Everybody has 5 minutes to talk. The applicant goes first. Anybody in opposition will go second, then the applicant has a chance to rebut. And we'll ask everybody to please confine their remarks to those matters that are before the committee. If you don't agree with the committee's decision, there's an appeal to what's called TEY, or the Toronto Local Appeal Body, and the information about appealing will be found on the bottom of this committee's decision, or can be found on the committee's website or the TEY website. So just before we start vetting the agenda, any declarations of interest for 1:30? Okay. Any closing files for the 1:30 time slot? Okay. Any deferral requests for the 1:30 time slot that you've heard of? Okay. So we're just going to quickly vet the 1:30, and then we'll go back from there. Number 21, 199 Macdonell Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? Okay, so we'll stand that matter down. 22, 417 Ossington Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? Okay, thank you. 23, 81 Elmsthorpe Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 24, 1646 Dupont Street. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? Okay, so you can have a discussion outside. 25, 99 Balmoral Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 26, 533 Palmerston Boulevard. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 42 Tranby Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anybody in interest? 28, 39 Woodside Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 29, 304 Glenlake Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? Okay, so for 1:30, the matters being held are number 21, 199 Macdonell, and 24, 1646 Dupont. We suggest you go outside and have a discussion. Okay, so we're back to try to finish the morning session. So the next item on the agenda is number 13, 33 Gardner Road. And I've been passed a note that you're going to be requesting a deferral. Are the people in opposition still here?
She had to leave. She was a bit tired.
Okay. So can we get your name for the record, please?
My name is Kyle Kadra. I'm the agent.
Okay. And what the reason for the deferral?
So we understand the concerns of the neighbor, and we just want to work out a way to settle things, maybe revise the layout to make sure she's happy with everything.
Okay. Okay, panel members?
Is the first time you're requesting a deferral?
On this application, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would move deferral of the application for a maximum of 3 months so that the applicant can have discussions with the adjacent neighbor.
Subject to recirculation?
Yes,
fees?
subject to recirculation fees.
Do I have a seconder? Okay, all in favor? Okay, your application
Thank
is
you.
deferred. Number 14, 9 Methuen Avenue. The committee, are the people still here in opposition to the Cluny? If you can sit along to the left, please. So the committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. And we have correspondence in opposition from 7 Methuen Avenue. And could we have your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name's Sava Mjokovic. I'm the agent and designer for the variances requested.
So through your discussions, have you had an opportunity to resolve the concerns, or are there still matters outstanding?
Unfortunately, we couldn't come to a resolution.
Okay, so could you please do your presentation then, please?
Sure. So as you can,
5 minutes.
sounds good. So as you can see, we're doing a simple 2-story rear addition to the existing detached house, essentially trying to enlarge the house for the young family that currently resides there. I'll just briefly discuss the 3 variances at hand, starting with the building length. So as it relates to the rear addition, the ground floor extends slightly further back than the second floor. So if you look at that site plan, that dotted line represents the second floor above, which you see here. If I show you the side elevation, you'll note that the second floor is substantially set back from the first floor. So what we're asking for is a slight 0.44 meter exception to the 17-meter length allowance. And the reason for that is there's an existing right-of-way, which I'll show you on the site plan, which you see sort of here. So the ground floor actually had to be slightly narrowed to work within, to respect that right-of-way. So that's why the building is just slightly longer than the 17 meters allowed. But again, it's very nominal. It's 1 feet 6 inches that we're asking for. So for those reasons, I think that variance is minor in nature. I'll speak next to item number 3. So you can see that the proposed addition lines up with the side walls of the existing house. And this variance is basically relating to the roof eaves. I just want to clarify that the side yard setback of the principal building, the house itself, is compliant. It's just the roof eaves that are closer to the lot line than required. So if I show you the back elevation, it's the side yard setback here. So like I mentioned, the proposed extent of the roof overhang lines up with the existing roof overhang, and then the eaves is what's triggering that variance. But, you know, working with many homes like this in the neighborhood, it's a very common variance. So since the side yard setback is compliant, I think this variance is also very minor in nature. The third and last variance is item number 2, which is the floor space index. I just want to point out that this property is actually situated in a kind of unique pocket between Jane Street on the east and the Humber River to the west, and it actually allows for 3-story buildings up to 11 meters. So there's actually a fair amount of large homes in the vicinity with a very high FSIs because you're allowed to build to that 3-story height, and the lot sizes are comparable. I brought along some precedent images to share with you today as well. So this here is on Methuen Avenue, the same block as the subject property. So you can see it's a 3-story house. Here's another detached 3-story house on the same block. This is 33 Methuen Avenue. This house was actually approved for 0.9% FSI. And here's another large house on the street. And if you don't mind, I can even pull up a notice of the decision for number 33 Methuen Avenue for the record here. So you can see here that house was actually approved at 0.9%, which I've highlighted here. So this is a copy of the notice of the decision. So I think there's clear precedence for the FSI. What we're asking for is, much less at 0.78%. And the second point I'd like to make relating to the 0.79. The other point I'd like to make as it relates to the FSI is the general massing of the proposal. As you can see that we've complied with the height allowance, we've complied with the side yard and rear yard setback allowance. There's a slight one-story addition that exceeds the building length, but otherwise, the overall building massing complies with the zoning regulations. So I think that should be considered when the FSI does exceed the 40% allowed. Regarding our neighbors, so our neighbors at number 11, our immediate neighbors, we've spoken to, shown them the plans, they have no issues or objections with the proposal. Unfortunately, our neighbors at number 72 in Avenue do have an objection. We're a little bit, I guess you could say, surprised by this because the existing, my clients actually spoke to the owners of that house, the tenants, and they hadn't raised any concerns prior to the hearing, but we were surprised to see the letter of objection filed to the Committee of Adjustment. Planning didn't have issues with the...
You're over 5 minutes, so I'm going to cut you off.
Sure, thanks.
So I just have one question. From reading materials filed, am I correct that the current home has FSI of 50.94? So your current home is over what the bylaw permits?
Let me just double check that if you don't mind.
I think I saw that in the site statistics.
Right, yeah, so that's right, our existing FSI is 51%.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Before I go, what can you do about the roof eaves that the neighbors are objecting to? It's the requirement by law is 0.3, and you're seeking to have you located at 0.01.
It's an existing condition, I
Is
think.
it that?
Yeah, so we're matching the eaves of the existing house.
You're matching, is it an existing condition or you're just matching it?
Well, the roof line will line up, but we've opted for a more gabled roof, a more traditional look to kind of keep in line with the existing style of the house. But I think in terms of the main concern about dealing with water runoff, I prepared this diagram actually. So you can see because it's a gabled roof, the amount of water that the eaves will actually catch and divert away from the home is quite minimal. That would be this area here, plus this portion of the existing roof here. But the rest of the roof, water collected on the roof when it rains would be diverted elsewhere. So for that reason, from a building standpoint, I think it's very appropriate to expect the 20 linear feet of eaves trough to catch any rainwater and then divert it to the backyard away from the foundation of both our home and the neighboring house.
Thank you, we'll call you back.
Sure.
Those in opposition, please come forward. Are both of you speaking or just one of you? Okay. Good afternoon. Can we have your name, please?
Sure, of course. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Chishu Wu. On behalf of the owner of 7th Mithun Avenue, which is my mom and my dad,
Okay.
we would like to oppose the proposed plan. Regarding the variance, we don't have comments on variance 1 and 2. We're going to focus on variance 3. So the bylaw requires that the roof eaves has to be no closer than 0.3 meters from the lot line, and the proposed eave will be 0.01 meter, which is 1 centimeters from the lot line. That is actually narrower than my pinky finger. I'm an engineer myself. Considering the construction tolerances and the future soil settlement and material deformation, that there's no way they're going to guarantee in 10, 20 years that 1 centimeter will not be encroached in the future. So we believe that this variance should not be considered as minor. And we are also concerned that in the winter, let's say we got snow or ice that will run off from the roof, may not be catched by the gutter. We will maybe potentially bring the damage to our house as well. And also that this tiny space will severely restrict the future ability for us to to build a rear extension as well. So if, let's say, this project gets approved, if we are going to build a similar house also at 1 centimeters away from the lot line, we are looking at two roof eaves 2 centimeters apart. It's going to be very bad for the community, I believe. And also that the east wall they're proposing is at 0.3 meters from our property line. It's going to be very difficult for them to build extensions based on the distance between the two houses. We are very concerned that the construction will cross our garden line. There's limited space for the workers. And also we have a long-term tenant at 7th Methuen Avenue. They have 2 small children. They use that garden all the time to play. We're also concerned about their safety if there's fallen objects or even wood screws. If they step on it, there's going to be injuries, which is also is one of our concern. So I would like to ask the committee to regulate and modify their plan according to the city bylaw. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
There's no, according to the notice that we have before us, there's no variance required for a side yard setback. There's a roof eaves variance.
Right.
There's not a side yard setback variance.
We are not so concerned about the setbacks because the roof is our major concern. It's just during the construction, they may cross the line during the construction period, which may last a few months.
Sir, if they cross the line and causes damage to the kids during the construction,
Right.
so this is a matter of civil responsibility.
Right, of course.
So it's up to you to serve them notice that if anything occurs during the construction, then they'll be responsible for that.
Right, sir, but can they...
So that is civil. We can't do anything about that.
Right.
I understand what you're saying about the roof eaves being close to the lot line of 0.01 meter, which is a couple of centimeters, 2 or 3 centimeters. It is, he hasn't crossed over the fence. He's right at the fence, but
Right,
he crossed over
right.
the fence. And I'm not sure there's anything can do about that. Anyway, just to bring it to your attention. I don't know. I'm not making a decision.
Right.
Any issues with the existing structure and the eaves on that side of the house?
We are not noticing, but only the rain is really heavy. We have runoffs that the tenants reported that they noticed. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Okay. Any other questions of this gentleman? No.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could you please come and respond to the issues that have been raised, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I feel you guys kind of answered my questions, kind of differentiating between civil matters and zoning matters. Yeah, I was just going to point out that the east wall side yard setback isn't a variance. I'd probably like to point out to the committee that, when dealing with an existing 0.3 meters setback, there is going to be, the wall itself is already closer than the eaves are allowed to be, so by putting on an eaves, you're going to trigger a variance. But we did design it to be minimal. We did an 8-inch soffit, and then your typical 5-inch eaves to make sure that the proposal is on our property, and it'll be built as such. If we get approval, that is, but.
I didn't know. I did ask you about the roof eaves, because there's some new technology now where you can actually bring it in closer and the roof are much safer. Have you explored those?
No, we use this kind of,
Yeah.
the whole house is pretty, standard in terms of its traditional, conventional look to make it cost effective, and the roof eaves used will also be the same. Yeah.
Okay. I guess those are my concerns.
Any further questions then? Okay. Thank you, we're in committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion or motion?
And just a discussion, Madam Chair, I'm going to bring a motion, but just a discussion. Just that, yeah, you know, I know I've seen these applications time and time again, and this is not the first one that asks for roofie for 0.01 meters from next side, and it's pretty close. So I don't know. I'm going to move a motion for approval of variance 1 and variance 2 and leave it up to the applicant to see if we can find a resolution there.
Okay, so you're moving a motion to refuse number 3?
I'm just approving variance number 1 and number 2. I'm not addressing number 3.
Well, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, okay.
Seconder? No. Okay, I need another motion.
Through you, Madam Chair, based on the additions in the neighborhood, which are varying in size, I think that this proposal is reasonable. The length, it's indeed minor, the variance there. As well, the floor space index looks very similar to a lot of homes on that street. So I think that this meets the 4 tests, and I would move approval.
I'll second that. All in favor? Mr. Russell, you're dissenting?
Dissent.
Thank you, your application is approved.
Thank you.
Number 17, 78 Alberta Avenue. Anyone in opposition, if you could please sit to the left. So while everybody's getting settled, I'll just go over what the committee has before it. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, correspondence from the agent, cover letter from the applicants, including comparable data and drawings of existing and proposed design, 2 photographs and a list of existing 3-story homes in the immediate neighborhood, 1 location map of the subject property, 1 photograph of the properties located on the south, and a list of similar minor variance approvals, email correspondence from the assistant planner, community planning, city planning, Etobicoke York District, 73 petition in support or no opposition, signed by owners and occupants of Alberta Avenue, Mount Royal Avenue, Burlington Crescent, Rosemont Avenue, Benson Avenue, Biga Avenue, St. Clair Avenue West, Glenholme Avenue, Arlington Avenue, Tyrrell Avenue, Westmoreland Avenue, and Royal Road. Correspondence in opposition from 48 Mount Royal, 83 Alberta, 45 Thorn, 85 Alberta, 56 Mount Royal, 45, another from 45 Thorn, 80 Alberta, 1 Burlington, 58 Mount Royal, another from 58 Mount Royal, 2 from 54 Mount Royal, 1 from 5 Burlington, and a 38 signature petition in opposition signed by owners or occupants of Alberta Avenue, Mount Royal Avenue, Burlington Crescent, Thorn Crescent, Bigger Avenue, Henrik Avenue, Winona Drive, Aldwych Avenue, and Springmount Avenue. If we could have, again, for the record, your name and address.
Good afternoon. I'm Kyle Kadra, the agent, and I'm ready to provide a presentation.
So did you have an opportunity to have any discussions? Was there any resolution?
There were, like my client did, canvass the neighborhood and try to talk to.
Is there still opposition?
There's
So
opposition.
please, do your presentation then, please.
Yes, ma'am. So what we're proposing is a rear addition to the house and an extension through the existing roof of the house. What's unique about this application is that my client already has a building permit that permits a 0.69 floor space index. I have a copy of that building permit right here.
So there was a previous minor variance application?
No, ma'am. There was none because there is a provision in the bylaw that if you do a rear addition, you're allowed to reach a 0.69 floor space index. However, my client wanted to reduce the size of the footprint in the back and extend it further into the roof. So what we're proposing here today is actually a smaller footprint with the same proposed floor space index, which is 0.69. So it has less impact on building length and setbacks and footprint and coverage and so forth. However, because we're extending into the third floor, into the attic, it's no longer considered only as a rear yard addition, and therefore this variance came up. I think you also mentioned that we have 70 signatures in support, Madam Chair. Is that true? Did you mention that?
73.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. So I did read some of the objection letters, and I would like to hear from them here today, and then I'll be able to rebut it afterwards. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, so do you want to give us any submissions with respect to the merits of your application before we hear from the opposition?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I do have...
Question, how old is the house?
The house is quite old. It was built before the 1950s, 1920s. I would like to submit some evidence to allow me to rebut the opposition. There are a few photos showing that what we're proposing is not in any way a new proposal for 3 stories. There's a lot of houses with much higher height, and that are all 3 stories on the same street and on other surrounding streets. So if you'd allow me to submit this as evidence so that I can use it afterwards.
Has that been shown to the parties?
The photos, no, they haven't. They're just photos of the neighborhood.
Are they to illustrate that what? Can you put them on the overhead and
Yeah.
show everybody?
So there's quite a few. So we're showing that this is on Alberta, 3-story houses existing. Same here. We're also providing photos of the existing backyard and the neighboring backyards. More evidence for.
Can you turn it
Like
the other way?
this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, just more evidence on Alberta with 3 stories.
So, although the purpose of the application doesn't seem to describe this, from the elevation drawings, the existing and the proposed, the description talks about constructing a new front porch and a rear addition or restored balcony.
Yes.
But when I look at the front elevation, comparing the front elevations, is there more, it looks to me like there's more than a porch being changed. Am I wrong?
We're adding
As a
a dormer as well.
But all
front.
different design of the windows, different design of the roof, different, am I wrong? I'm looking at A51 and A21.
Yeah, we're kind of just changing the overall look, Madam Chair, but in terms of massing, it's pretty much similar other than adding the front porch canopy and the porch and the dormer on the top level. In terms of concerns with the planning and lining up with the neighborhood character, we have talked to the planner several times, and even before we started working on this application, we discussed the proposal and we were given guidelines to follow to make sure that it is in line with the character. And this is why we had to do a full width front porch. So, as you see here.
Okay.
This actual elevation was based on the recommendations from the planner. We weren't intending to do a full width porch, but that was a recommendation so that it lines up with the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Anything else you want to show us before we hear from the,
No, ma'am. If you have any more questions, I'll be happy to.
well, we may have some afterwards.
Later on. Okay.
Okay, so how many people wish to speak? Okay, so 3 of you, okay, or 4 of you? Okay. Can I have your name and address?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name's John Oakes. I am the co-owner of 80 Alberta Avenue with my wife, Jennifer Wood.
Okay.
We've lived there for 19 years. I'd just like to say that you started off with one of the main things that is a bone of contention with us that's not before this committee, and that is that a building permit was granted that is completely inappropriate for the scale of the lot. So this is our first opportunity to speak to that as well as the minor variances. It's our position that there was a fundamental problem from the beginning when this building permit was issued in 2018, as the nature of the topography of the lot was not taken into consideration. If you look at the photo that's above you, that shows the shared garages, and you can see our vegetable garden on the right-hand side, and how behind those garages, it's a full story above. So to take purely the square footage measurement of the lot is completely inappropriate for putting a house in this spot, and we'll carry on with that. The lots are of 80 and 78 Alberta, as well as those of 58 and 56 Mount Royal, immediately to the south, are unique in that the back half of each lot is a full story above the front portion of the lot. In almost doubling the size of the existing building, the proposed new build would have an FSI of 96% of the street level of the lot. This would create a tunnel for us to live in, cutting off sunlight to the back half of our house, including our garden, severely impair our enjoyment of the house, and have a negative impact on its value. In their submission, the applicants refer to an existing structure at the rear of the house that they claim is nearly the same length as their proposed addition. That's just plain not true. So we have a photo taken. This has now been torn down, but this is the structure that they're referring to. And I'm just going to draw on here. This is the line of the proposed addition. So it's way more than what they're claiming to be a similar size. The applicants also claim to have significantly scaled back the dimensions of the proposed build. However, both plans are showing a dimension of 2.79 meters from the end of the proposed build to the garage. So it's not really scaled back at all. We have a petition signed by 36 individuals, the majority of which who live in the island that is the houses that all back onto each other in this area. The petition that the applicants have submitted is signed by people who are not in the severe impact zone. They're not even on the same street or impacted at all. The photos that the planner showed of the 3-story houses on Alberta Avenue do in fact exist. However, they're on the other side of the street, which is a flat portion of the street. So their 3-story houses are the same height as our 2-story houses on the other side. And as you can see in the photograph there, the pink ribbon is the end of the proposed build, and you can see how close it is to the garage and how much further it goes than any of the houses, ours to the north, which you can't see, and then the 2 neighbors who are going to speak afterwards to the south. So it's completely bigger.
What's the topography of the one with the white extension
That's
house or whatever?
That's the neighbors next to you, right? Yeah, the hill kind of goes back around like that, so they're not as affected as the 4 houses that we're speaking of are. And can you pull up that other one that just shows the back of the garage? I just want to emphasize again, you can see there's a hill coming in from the north, we have a hill coming in from the west, and now they're proposing to put a huge 3-story addition all the way back there, and it would just destroy the value of the house. In addition, and I'm not sure that this is something that we have to pursue outside of it, it's our position that we have a legal right-of-way, enforceable at common law, to be able to turn in our mutual driveway. That would be lost if this addition is allowed to proceed. We believe this is a fundamental flaw in the issuing of the original building permit, and we're seeking legal counsel to help us enforce this right. Finally, we recognize that whomever was going to buy 78 Alberta was going to want to make a bigger and better space to live in. It was a rooming house for years, and we welcome someone coming in to build it. We want nice people and a nice family. However, we want the new building to fit into the scope, scale, and nature of the neighborhood, which this build does not. We've proven that we're willing to negotiate in order to reach a compromise that works for all parties. We approached the applicants via email to suggest something that might work, and they refused it. The local councillor's office also proposed mediation to serve as a mediator with all parties, and we all agreed to it, and they refused as well. So I don't know what else to say. Thank you for your time.
Did you approach right-of-way management with your concept of legal right-of-way?
No, I have consulted a lawyer, and we are in the process of doing so now. So this is something that's going to go on regardless of the outcome of this meeting.
Okay, so the plan is to, I guess so that the garage can still be accessed. The rear will be proposal is to step the rear in a bit.
The only way they're basically going to be able to get a car in is to almost take out our barbecue and go in on an angle. And there's, yeah. So it's very, very tight. It's 9 feet, or just under 9 feet.
From where to where? Sorry, 9 feet?
From the garage door to the pink
Which
ribbon.
is the ribbon.
The pink ribbon represents the rear
In-
line
in
of
the
what was
existing-
measured.
That's okay.
And the
Yeah.
approved, the existing plan.
How far does the right-of-way extend from the rear of your buildings?
We're not sure. That's something that we are we're pursuing right now. But it's a mutual drive all the way back, and then this is something that we're exploring about what the right of way would be, because cars have been parked back there. The previous neighbors parked 2 cars back there all the time. We don't presently park a car back there, but it would certainly impact the value of our property if we were to lose that right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of this? Okay. Hear from the next individual, please. Can we have the name, please?
Yes. Hi, I'm Tashi Beeler.
Tasha?
I live at 58 Mount Royal Avenue with my husband, Michael, who's here, and my 3 children. We are directly impacted by this building. We also were not consulted on the original permit that was issued, and are finding that the current plan would be built, if it had 3 stories, it would go a fair ways back and impact our ability to have the view and the yard and the sun and the air for which we purchased the property. We've been there for 6 years. We bought the property specifically for the backyard space. We are living in a very unique part of the city. We have this circle of houses which all back into one unique green space that has heritage oaks that are over 100 years old. That space should be protected at all costs. It is a wonderful and enjoyable space for my family and would be impacted by the large building and the wall going up 3 stories and our views thereof. I would also suggest that you think about the precedent that would be set by having other houses in the future thinking that they could also build 3 stories up and back into this beautiful, as you can see, treed space. You can also see that the neighborhood is on a curve, this road, which curves down and becomes Mount Royal. The houses are, because of the curve of the road and the unique elevated layer of yard in the back, the houses are stepped so that you have a sense of privacy back there. Their house would impede that privacy, as their house would be the only one that goes all the way back and not allow for any sort of stepped positioning in the houses. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Next, please. have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Professor Dion Alleman, PhD, PEng. I live at 56 Mount Royal Avenue with my wife and our one-year-old son. Apologies for the hoarse voice. I hope you're able to hear me okay. In order to not duplicate anything that my neighbors have said, I just wanted to add that good infrastructure makes good communities, something that I think this committee understands probably more than most. One of the things that's really great about our neighborhood and our island, as we call it, of our shared old-growth oak trees and grass, is that we all have a sense of shared ownership, a sense of shared community, a sense of shared responsibilities. By building such a deep extension into the back, 78 Alberta would be blocking off the views of that shared property, that ostensibly, feelingly shared property for many of the neighbors in the area, and would damage our sense of community. This is a picture from my house, from my lower yard, looking north, first looking into Tashi's yard, who you just heard from, then into 78 Alberta's, and then into John and Jen's yard, who you heard from first. One really nice thing that I love about these houses, through the neighbors that have come and gone at 58 Alberta, Mount Royal next to us, is that this low fence, low shared yard has allowed us to always maintain a sense of togetherness and community. You know, you come home from work, you step outside with the dogs. Oh, look, here's, your neighbor just coming home from work. You stop, you chat. Oh, hey, are you guys having a barbecue? We were just thinking about eating outside too. Hey, let's all gather around one big table and eat. And we'll have a few families together watching all the kids run around. And it's a lot of fun. In the winter, Mike and Tashi built a big luge in their yard over the hill. And we all get together. We sit around the fire pit and watch the kids have fun in the snow. But now, if there's going to be essentially almost everything you see here is going to be a brick wall, how much time are we really going to be spending outside? It's not going to be that same feeling of being out in nature, in the sky, looking at the trees, the birds, the squirrels, etc. It's just going to be brick wall. And John and Jan, immediately to the north, are going to be cut off from the rest of us, basically under embargo and not able to participate in the neighborhood in the same way that they used to. And in fact, we worry that the new residents of 78 Alberta will also not be part of our community in the same way, because they'll be behind these walls as opposed to sharing a mostly open space. So that's all that I have to add.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Kathleen Kerr, and I live directly across the street, actually, at number 73 Alberta. I live in one of the 3-story houses that was in your photos. And I guess my issue is not the same as theirs. I'm across the street, so whatever happens behind them doesn't impact me at all. And my only concern, really, besides sympathy, in terms of how it affects me, is more about parking. So currently, I understand that the new occupants are planning to use street parking to park their vehicles, even though there's a long shared driveway between them and Jen and Mike. So I guess my concern is that they have a driveway that accommodates 3 cars, garages at the back, and I have 3 kids, and we park on the street, and 20% of the time I have to drive around the block to park. So I'm thinking, if this is an impediment to people being able to use the driveway or park, that actually will make it significantly worse for us. Whereas if people were actually be able to use the garages at the back or the driveway, or work out a shared arrangement, like a lot of the houses on the street, actually, because the neighborhood is old enough, you don't need to apply, you might not know this, you don't need to apply for special permission for front yard parking to have it branch off the driveway, because the houses are old enough and the driveways are narrow enough. That's a possibility. But I guess my biggest concern is that there's 2 houses now that otherwise have access to garages and a driveway who aren't planning to use them. And that means I'm going to be hustling even further with my 3 children in the rain and the snow and my groceries. But otherwise, welcome to the neighborhood, and happy to meet you. That's it. And I do have sympathy about the sunlight issue, because especially for Jen and Mike, like, I know the sun comes from the south and the west there in the afternoon, and even though the rest of it has a community feeling, it will directly impact their property in terms of how they can have access to those things, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, could you please come and respond to the issues raised, please?
Madam Chair, my client would like to speak a few words, if that's okay, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. If it's different than things that you've already said to us,
Okay, they just sit next to me. It's okay. Yeah, just in case I missed
okay,
something.
thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, and committee. I'm going to just go through really quickly each point that they came up with as a claim and just explain what's going on. They claim that the permit that was issued originally was inappropriately issued, and that is they were not consulted with that permit. And of course, the reason is that because it was completely complying with the zoning bylaw requirements.
We're not dealing with the building permit issue?
Yep.
So we can proceed.
No need to address that, I guess. Okay. Madam, topography and levels, this is an aspect that would be addressed during building permit stage, and I don't think the zoning bylaw does not looks at the property as a zoning. It doesn't consider that the rear yard topography is different. In the petition that the gentleman mentioned from 80 Alberta was signed by neighbors with reference to the original permit. It has nothing to do with this current application before us, so it shouldn't be dropped and shouldn't be discussed as part of this application. In terms of the right-of-way management did look at the application, and there was no concern whatsoever. We are not changing anything in relation to the existing right-of-way, and the owners of 80 Alberta will still have access and be able to use the right-of-way. They do not have the right, on the other hand, to claim additional property ownership or encroachment on my client's property inside out of the right-of-way. This is like out of the question. I don't know how this is something that we can discuss right now. In terms of floor space index and the character of the neighborhood, we have submitted through the cover letter from the client quite a few examples that show that what we're proposing is quite under what is being approved in this neighborhood. There are properties with 0.85 and even higher floor space index. If you look at page number 13, Madam Chair, it's there on the cover letter. Yeah.
Same property restrictions?
Yes, same zoning bylaw, same area. We're not looking at like large apartment buildings or anything like that. Yeah.
Sorry.
Is that it?
What's
Yeah.
your name? If you want to speak, you have to give your name and address.
I'm sorry. My name
Go
is
ahead.
Julia Consiglio. I'm an owner at 78 Alberta, and I just wanted to add that only 4 of these Committee of Adjustment decisions to approve these FSI minor variances were below were below 0.69. So most of them are far surpassed what we were asking for.
Are the lot characteristics similar?
I don't have that information from the decisions, but considering they're all within the same neighborhood, I would assume they have some characteristics that are shared.
Thank you.
They are, Madam Chair. They're very similar in character and lot dimensions. The other claims that were made, Madam Chair, were about visual access and views and the enjoyment of their own property. None of this is something that should be discussed during committee because no one can claim a view through someone else's property. We are building within the permitted building length and rear yard setback. We're not proposing something else like that will, like even if we go back to the original permit, it will still be the same or even a little bit larger in terms of massing. So I just want to rest my case at this point. I feel that our variance is quite minor, and I think there's a lot of misperception from the neighbors about the process and about how things are measured, and I hope that they look at it objectively and understand that what we're proposing is in line with whatever is existing in this neighborhood. Thank you.
I don't know if you can answer this question, but if you were to build at .6, right? You don't have a length variance, you don't have side yard.
Yes.
What kind of reduction would you be looking at? Like a step back of a couple feet? I'm just asking roughly ballpark. How much would it in fact change what we have here?
If we're maintaining the third floor, it would substantially eliminate the rear yard addition. I also want to point out something that is very, very important. Our variance for floor space index is really technical because the third floor, although it's much smaller than the other levels, the zoning bylaw looks at the attic around the third floor as part of our floor space index, which we're not using at all. So it is technical that we are exceeding the floor space index, but technically the house area is much smaller than the perspective of the zoning bylaw. If we eliminate the attic space, we would be probably at 0.63.
Okay.
I can show you, yeah, here you can look at the floor plan. All of this attic space is included as part of our calculation, just because of the interpretation of the zoning bylaw.
The area surrounding that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
What about this sunlight? It was raised by one of your opponents. Will the sunlight to be affected?
One sec. Which neighbor was concerned about sunlight? Was it number 80 or?
80, I think.
What is that? I'm sorry, I can't talk to you. Like, I threw them chair.
I think it was number 80.
Number 80?
Yeah.
Yeah. So number 80 is on the north side of our property, is my understanding. Okay, is it okay if
May I
Julie?
help?
Yes.
So I've introduced myself, right? Okay. So I think one thing that's really important to consider here is compared to our existing permit, we want to build a home that's 46 feet 9 inches deep. Our existing permit allows us to build something that's 54 feet 4 inches deep. So we're reducing it in the back by that much. So if you look at the blue boxes on the bottom image, that's all that we're taking off of our existing permit, thereby increasing the amount of sunlight that our neighbors will have in the back. We're so devastated that it impacts any of our neighbors, because the last thing we wanted when buying a home that we want to raise our family in, and what drew us to the neighborhood, was to have this, to be a part of this. So the last thing we want to do is impact anybody's sunlight. But what we're trying to, what we're here for today is because we actually want to give them some more. And what I'd like to add, yes, our lots are 2-tiered, but they're also 150 feet deep. So what we're proposing is 46 feet 9 inches. That leaves, okay, you don't want to enjoy the space in front of the garage as much, but that leaves over 80 feet of that upper level of enjoyment, of garden space, whatever. No impediments other than those beautiful trees that they're referring to. That's...
Okay. Finally, Madam Chair, in terms of... Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's number 38, spoke about privacy. There's a privacy issue there. That, is it 38?
Again, I honestly don't see that as a valid argument, honestly. The backyard is quite deep for all of the houses there. Even after we adding this addition, is really not going to impact anyone's privacy, in my opinion. And in terms of the protection of trees and landscaping, this is all subject to forestry. And if they have any concerns about any trees, obviously we're going to be complying with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you. No, I'm sorry, you can't. Okay, thank you. No, I think we're done. Okay, we're in committee now. Discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, I've heard arguments from both sides. The only, I guess, variance that's really of concern is number one. Number two, I haven't really heard anybody speak about the canopy. I actually think that in working with planning, the design is sensitive to the character of the neighborhood. In terms of what they're asking for in FSI and applications that we look at, and many of them earlier this morning, this is not a big number. And based on the evidence provided by the applicant, as well as the homeowner, this is actually a reduction in length. And having said that, there is no variance for length for side yards.
There's also
So
no landscape variance.
There-
There's no, one of the things that I was interested in is like, you know, the concern with how close it is to the garage. I don't see a variance for distance between a residential building and the and the ancillary building.
There's no
Which
soft
we've seen
landscaping,
before. There's
no
no-
side yards, no
Yeah.
eaves.
This is,
So I'm of the opinion, Madam Chair, that this is indeed minor and does meet the criteria that this committee looks at. So I would be inclined to support the application. So I don't know if my colleague has any comments. If not, then I would move a motion.
My comments are basically what we will be looking at here is beyond those dimensions being spoken of, is the character of the neighborhood. And it seemed like you're into a situation where the character is not really really seriously addressed in any form or nature, and you know, part of the community thinks this way and part thinks that way. So I would have no. I'm pretty split on this one.
Well,
I think the way, you know, it's, I mean, we can't control the way that the variances are measured. This is the thing, it's the interesting topography and characteristics of the lot, but through the zoning examiner and that, they've, you know, officially made the determination of what variances are required for this, and
also.
an impact, you know, the, you know, even if we're looking at it at 0.09 more than what's permitted under the bylaw, that they wouldn't have to be here for. This is what we're.
0.06 of that is attic space, which has nothing to do with the massing itself. So you're now looking at 0.03. So I would be prepared to move a motion to approve the application, and there are no conditions.
Do I have a seconder?
I'd second it.
All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Number 20, 34 Glen Air Road. Please ensure you fill out a decision request form if you haven't already done so. Thank you. Okay. So, sir, did you have a chance to speak to your client?
Yes, indeed. I spoke to
See, I remember, although it's been a few hours, I remember. Thank you for your patience.
I spoke to the owner of number 34 Glen Air. They confirmed that they had a discussion with the neighbor, number 36, and there has been no agreement. However, he was fine with having a deferred date in a couple of weeks, like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, which we do know that is technically not possible. I mean, basically, to begin with, if the request from the neighbor is possible, we would consent to that as well, but we do know that it's technically not possible.
The best we could probably ask for is 3 months, and we don't even know if
Which they don't wish to wait
we have
for.
to start tomorrow.
I know, and if there is any changes to the variances as a result of that discussion, that has to be reviewed by the planning department. That takes time, and at the time it gets released from the planning department, we've gone through the same process with this case, and at that time, whatever date that is available is going to be assigned to this is going to be several months. That's why.
I just want to confirm with staff that generally rescheduling would be approximately 3 months out at a minimum. Okay. Okay, so your client then is not in agreement with the deferral of that duration, which would be necessary given the workload and the...
That's correct. They wish to proceed with
All
the
right.
hearing if possible.
So panel members, the deferral request from the neighbor, given the position of the applicant, thoughts?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would not support the deferral request and ask that we proceed
Oh,
with
we
this.
are going to ask him to speak first?
He spoke this morning.
Oh.
I did speak this morning. I only say that no question that my neighbor agreed that I could file this request for an adjournment and that he would not oppose it.
Okay,
I think my friend is
We are not opposing.
well, but
you
they
are.
are
You are,
opposing
because
because
it-
we can't get it back in 3 weeks, right? So they are opposing it.
Secondly, I made an inquiry downstairs as to the timing. This matter could be brought back on for hearing before the end of July.
We just spoke to staff. Now, we asked the question. They said minimum 3 months.
I hear you. I've spoken with Eileen Kane about that. But I can tell you that if the matter were to be scheduled today, it could be scheduled for a date before the end of July.
Sir, the most we can give to you today is to say to you 3 months minimum, and that you count 3 months from today. Beyond that, we won't be able to give you anything else.
I beg to differ. It could be a little bit shorter than that, but I will
Okay,
acknowledge it.
so I will ask again, staff, what was the, who would have made that comment?
It's generally for 3 months. I mean,
Yes.
if you can do it a little bit earlier, fine, but it all depends on availability, and I don't.
And by the time that, the purpose of the deferral you're requesting is to allow for discussions to occur, is that correct?
For discussions to occur and for us to
Okay.
better understand what this application is all about, because
Okay.
there's several significant components to it.
But do you have any specific objections to specific variances before us here?
Yes,
Okay.
I can highlight two of them. I don't know.
Okay,
My friend is going
all right, so,
to that first, but
So-
I won't take very long, but there are two in particular.
Okay.
perhaps three.
so we have to do, so from a deferral request perspective?
I'm still not in support of the deferral.
Okay, have a seconder to that?
I would make it, there's nothing to say we're going to approve it today. We could deny it for that matter, and then it's a new, different process. I am supporting deferral all the way. That way you get a chance.
So you don't second, okay.
Um,
Okay, so are you going to move a motion?
There is a 20 days appeal period, by the way, that if there is.
Okay, we're in committee right now, sorry. Do you want to move a motion then, Mr. Russell?
My motion is to defer this matter for 3 months, to be brought back with 3 months within or without 3 months approximate.
And
No, I'm not.
I won't second that motion. So, how do we,
I'm not requesting
just a
deferral.
second, do we go to the original? I will second the original motion
What's the original?
to not defer.
Thank you very much.
Just a second, we're not done yet. Okay, all in favor?
Of which one?
To not defer,
To not defer.
and Mr. Russell dissent?
Dissent, yes.
Okay, so please make your presentation.
Sure, with your permission, I'm going to hand over some case study for this particular house.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Have you shared these with the gentleman? Okay. So this is here on a waiver. You're satisfied that you've captured all the variances?
Yes. Okay, as you can see, we're asking for the additional floor space area, the increasing of just one side yard setback from 1.2 to 0.9, and also additional length, which is just one-story rear extension. We did a very careful case study for this house. We made sure that by asking for these variances, we are not basically creating a new precedent. And we also made sure that the house that we are designing is basically matching the style and sizing of the existing houses in the area. So some of those precedents that you can see, if you look at the street numbers, they're very immediate houses. And the Glenor in Forest Hill area has lots of new development. If we go actually to the higher street numbers, after maybe 80 or 100, there are actually larger houses approved for like 80 or 85 or 90%, but we just targeted the ones that are very, very immediate to us. And we have seen the letter from the TRCA that they do not have any objection, and we're very grateful for that. Beside that, there is the report from the forestry asking, I think, one condition that we have to submit an application for the trees, and by all means we are agreeable to that, and we would do that. And I have no further comments. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
So the depth and length you're requesting, that's for the first floor, correct?
Exactly.
How far is the second floor stepped in?
That's
The depth of the second floor.
That's 17 meter, which falls under the bylaw. I think there.
Okay, doesn't go, okay, so.
I can highlight that on the site plan for you.
Just didn't look like it was stepped in that much on the plan. Okay. So the depth and length variance is only is related to the first floor structure and the first floor covered porch?
Yes.
Only? Okay.
That's correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions, panel members?
Is there a third floor somewhere there?
No, as a matter of fact, most of the houses in the area have third floor. This one doesn't. For example, the one immediately to our south, number 32, has a third floor. That's a new house. It's, as you can see on the site plan, it's longer from the back and the front, longer than this house, and it has a third floor. I have a photograph of that house. I would show it to you. But we didn't require that third floor. And we are not asking for the height as well, which is commonly requested in the area. Accommodate the third floor.
What about variance number 1? You're seeking, that's 4, I thought it was 11. 4.64 the building length, and beyond what's required under the bylaw.
Yes. Variance number 1 and 2 actually are the same on the different clauses of the new zoning bylaw, and that also is, as I explained before, it's just for one-story rear extension, which is very similar to the other houses, number 31, 33, 37. They all have that extension. It's a common concept in that area to get an extension to the family room, like a sunroom, and basically the owners wish to have the similar kind of space in their home as very frequently done by their neighbors.
Okay.
So on your joined A06, is that 06?
deck.
Is it 06?
A08.
Oh, this one.
The one that shows the
No,
side.
no, this one.
I can't see your hands.
This one.
That's the front elevation? That's the front
Is
of the
that
house?
front?
Yes. 06. So what are you looking, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one.
Yes, that's
Okay.
one. I'm here at the top there.
So that's the first floor?
Yeah.
And then the
Is there,
second-
yeah,
Second floor is at 17.
and those, where those, it appears those smaller windows at the top, is there anybody living on that floor?
No, those are decorative dormers with the black glass, so it's not going to be a third floor.
So no one is living there?
No.
Okay.
There is not even height to accommodate like a legitimate third floor here at all.
All right, let's hear from,
May we please, thank you, we'll hear from you once we hear from Mr. Morrison.
Yes.
So, Mr. Morrison,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
please proceed.
Yes, there are three principal concerns that we have, and I say that I'm making these comments notwithstanding the fact that we have not been able to obtain all of the required information that we feel is necessary. But let me highlight concerns that we have and reasons why I'm standing here today. Our house is number 36, right in the immediate north, to the immediate north of the subject property, and if you look at the site plan, you can see that very small, relatively small outline of a house on the north side, it's visible in the site plan. That's our home. And our concerns are a number, but let me focus on two or three of them. The minimum required setback. The minimum required setback is 1.2 meters. The new two-story building is to be located 0.9 meters from the north side lot line. 0.9 meters represents an extreme encroachment from what would be our rights in terms of having a 1.2 meter side yard setback. And it really, Madam Chair, it prejudices us because there is very little property between the setback and our property. It's 0.9 meters instead of 1.2 meters. And what we are going to be confronted with is a very high, solid brick or concrete wall to the south. And there appears to be no reason why that 0.9 meter encroachment, if you will, can't be on the south side of the property rather than the north side. That's a big concern we have. The south side of the property they're not seeking a variance, re the south side, re the side yard setback on the south side of the property. Why are we being adversely impacted? Why are we being prejudiced on that account? If there is to be a side yard setback of 0.9 meters, it should be located on the south side lot line, not the north side lot line. And as I say, if you're looking at the site plan, you can see how much bigger that house, the proposed new house will be than our house. Now, I appreciate there will be a larger size as of right, but this is a severe encroachment for us for the side yard setback to be so narrow. Another point of concern is that the new building is to have a building length of 21.64 meters, whereas the bylaw permits only 17 meters. That's, in my submission, that's an extreme variation. It is not a minor variance. It is more than 4.5 meters beyond what is permitted under the bylaw. And the length of the lot itself is only 130 feet. Our lot is 130 feet in depth. The lot at 34 Glen is 130 feet in depth, which is 39.62 meters. And this is, if you look at the length of the property, you'll see that the house itself, the proposed house, is going to occupy more than 39.5 meters. By my calculation, 39.62 meters of the 130 feet of length of the property. And that, respectfully, is is not a minor variance. One other concern that I'd like to highlight is the presence of trees. We have along the lot line between 36 Glenair Road and 34 Glenair Road, we have 5 very mature trees that have been there for a number of years. They are healthy trees, and they run back. If you look at the site plan, you can see an outline of our garage, which is separate from the house. There are 2 mature and pretty high maple trees immediately beside the garage on the east side. And then behind the garage, there's another maple. Further, and then a little bit further back, there is an ash tree. And then lastly, in the corner of the lot, there's another maple. So these are all mature trees with very high canopies, healthy. And if the proposed dwelling is built as proposed, it is going to encroach and impinge upon the root system of those trees. That's a real concern that we have, and I don't know whether you address it here or whether the urban forestry has to address it, but it's a real concern to think that the new house foundation will be dug to the point where it's going to uproot a long-standing root base for these trees.
So you're over 5 minutes.
I'm
or so,
finished.
if you'd wrap
I'm finished.
Up. Okay, thank you.
We have concerns with respect to the other variation, but I'll leave them for now. I've highlighted. What I'm doing, thank you, is to highlight my concerns. Thank you.
Just for your information, should the committee decide to approve this application, Urban Forestry has requested the attachment of a condition that the applicant would have to apply for a permit to remove or injure a tree. So Forestry has made a request with respect to the application, should the committee decide to approve it. Thank you. Could you please respond, sir?
Yes, I try to be as brief and as possible. That 0.9 meter side yard variance is actually present in most of the houses in the neighborhood. If we look at the site plan, actually the existing side yards for the subject case and also our neighbor's house, they're 0.9 meters from the side yard.
Not for the full depth, though.
Not for the full depth, you're right. And the house immediately to our south side has actually a 0.9 meter side yard on the south side. That is granted as a variance by the Committee of Adjustment. And same thing, actually, because we've discussed this matter with the planning department would consent to get that from one side, and that's why we basically we didn't need to get it for the other side, but even if we did,
You couldn't comply with the side yard?
Well, yes, I'm getting to that, and why, particularly why it's on the south, on the north side. We needed basically to get the light for that dining room. If we had that 3 foot or 90 centimeters on the south side, then basically we were not able to provide a window for the dining room. Therefore, we decided to have the 0.9 meter on the north side. That was one reason. The other thing was that rear extension, as you can see, is on the north side, which is adjacent to the existing structure from our neighbor number 36, which actually happens to have less than usual side yard setback. And we basically, after very careful review, we decided to keep it that way, so it's not going to be an obstruction to him, because there is already a structure over there, and if we had it on the other side, it would have been an obstruction for the south side neighbor. So
you're saying because their garage is there? The neighbor's garage is there, that's why?
It's preferred to be on that side, basically, yes. It creates less obstruction for the neighbors. And Yeah, that actually justifies my other comment about the length the gentleman mentioned. So we as I mentioned, we did need that extra length only for that one-story portion, which happens to be adjacent to that garage, and we thought that that's appropriate. That's matching the concept of the other houses in the neighborhood, and it's been actually a variance that very frequently granted in the neighborhood. So, and we don't mind if the site plan of this gets tied to any decision if you choose to move forward to approve it. And about the trees, I completely agree with you that the forestry has a condition, and we have to basically satisfy the conditions of the forestry, and we have no objection to that. It's no different than any other case. So I'm hoping that I answered your question, but if there is any other question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
You didn't answer my question about why you can't comply with the side yard variance.
Oh, well, that floor area that we are asking, we really tried not to exceed the other precedents in the neighborhood. So once we had to comply with that 17 meters of the length. Yes.
Okay, but the 1.2 versus the 0.9.
We needed to make the house a little bit wider by 1 foot, which we find actually normal and precedented in order not to ask for more length variance in order to accommodate the same size of house that is desired for us. So the size of house was basically, we didn't want to exceed that. It didn't mean that the owner didn't wish to have a bigger house, but we didn't want to do anything that is not appropriate for the neighborhood. So within what we found reasonable in the neighborhood, we came up with a built form to basically be as desirable for them and less basically it doesn't generate any new precedent for the variances that are acceptable by the planning department. And at any point we, to be honest, I didn't imagine that 0.9 meter side yard would be something inappropriate for that subject property, given the other approvals by the committee and the neighborhood precedents and existing conditions.
Setting aside the examples you gave us, again, if you built at 1.2 and did not ask for length variances, you could still build a substantial house, correct? I thought I heard you mention earlier that you need this because of light.
Yeah,
Was
for the
that
dining room
For the
window.
dining room window, because
That's why they didn't want to put it on the
so
inside.
what happens to that light if a new home goes in at number 36? Then that light's going to be gone, right? Because it'll be the same, they're going to ask for what you have.
Actually, I think that's the reason behind the fact that the planning department only allows us to get one side. That's why they didn't object to this. Always there is one side left, and if they want to get the light, they can basically allocate that 4-foot side yard on that side. And once again, I truly didn't want to make this house any bigger than this because it would set a new precedent, and also it would have been just some other side effects of it, like the backyard would be shrunk, and more basically the more we are encroaching, the more obstruction it's going to create anyways.
I mean, I think your design is certainly sensitive to the street, to the older homes. So you're saying there's no movement on that side yard, that north side yard, to alleviate some pressure from the neighbor?
Well,
Your roof would be too small?
It would be too small for the owner. The effect of that would be, in 2 floors, it's going to eliminate around 130 or 140 square foot. That's the size, almost the size of a room. If I'm passing that through that street and looking at that house, although I'm designing homes and I'm very familiar with the scale, I wouldn't be able to differentiate between a house that is 42 feet wide or 43 foot wide. That's to me, that's minor. However, person who is living in that house, if a bedroom, in a scale of a bedroom, is 1 foot wider or 1 foot shorter, that would be a lot. So in a scale of a room living inside a bedroom, that is a lot. That is major. But looking as a planning matter, and that's something that would change the size of this house. I would say it's minor, but obviously it's with you to decide whether it's minor or major.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, we're in committee. Discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair. I, again, am sensitive to the neighbors' concerns. Looking at the examples in the area, it looks like Mr. Shakiri has certainly done his research in terms of the side yard setbacks, FSI, et cetera, that have been approved in that area. So, and as I said earlier, the design, in my opinion, is also sensitive to the older homes on the street. So I'm comfortable with this application. The TRCA is okay with it, and forestry has their condition number 2. So I'd be prepared to move approval, including that forestry condition.
Given the length and depth variances, would you want to tie it to plans? Because the description doesn't speak to it, it's only at the first level.
I would be okay to tie it to
A08, maybe?
Where are we?
08?
Yeah, to the side elevation drawing A08. That's part of the plans we have. A08.
Just to ensure that the depth is only, is there a seconder to that motion?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? So the application's approved on that condition.
Thank you very much.
Condition number 2, and it's tied to the drawing so that the depth is only related to the first floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, just going to take 5 minutes and then we're going to start session. Just keep.
Yeah, I want to get out. I want to get out of here. me and make a decision. Get it on, man.
Okay, I'm gonna vet 2:30. Sure. Okay.
What?
I'm gonna vet 2:30 and then start 1:30. Is that okay? So they can go out and talk? Because it's almost 3:30. All right? Okay, we're back in session. I know we are behind today, so I appreciate everyone's patience. I'm going to just vet the 2:30 agenda so that people that are here for 2:30, if there are discussions to be had, you can start those discussions while we carry on. So number 30, 259 Bartlett Avenue. Agent or applicant? Thank you. Anybody in interest? 31, 255 Havelock Street. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 32, 19 Verbena Avenue. Agent or applicant? Thank you. Anyone in interest? Gentlemen, sir, are you in interest? No? Okay. 33, 95 Lightbourn Avenue. Agent or applicant? Okay. Anyone in interest? 34, 13 Roblocke Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 35, 96 South Kingsway. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 36, 1 Major Street. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 37, 52A Cluny Drive. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 38, 440 Glenholme Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? 39, 243 Beverly Street. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? My goodness. No holds. So you'll have to be patient a little while.
No, let me do this section first.
Yeah, maybe do it first. Okay, so, number 22, 417 Ossington Avenue. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. Correspondence from the Assistant Planner, Community Planning, Toronto and East York District. Report from the Director of Community Planning, Toronto and East York District. Correspondence and support from 196 Roxton, and 2 form letters in support from 415 and 421 Ossington. Can I have your name and address?
Yes, Mark Fraser, Fraser Homes, for representative for 417 Ossington.
Panel members, do you need a presentation? Do you want to proceed to questions? Okay, any questions, panel members? Any questions, Mr. Russell? No questions?
He knows that he has a planning report for screening.
Yes. You're aware of the planning report?
No, I didn't get it.
There's a
in
planning
time.
report with respect to, would you like to take a look at it? Sure. Just screening on the deck? You aware of that? Recommended screening?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, if not, we're in committee. Discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, this application is, in my opinion, minor. There are a lot of additions in this neighborhood of just different lengths or equal to what's being proposed or longer. I think that with the planning condition that this application is appropriate, meets the 4 tests, and I would move approval, including the May 8th planning report.
Okay. Do you have a seconder?
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved with that condition. Number 23, 81 Elmsthorpe Avenue. Committee has before it a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 form letters in support signed by owners of occupants of 58, 87, 93, and 99 Elmsthorpe Avenue. Can I have your name, please, sir?
Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner.
Okay, committee members, do you need a presentation? You want to proceed to questions? Okay, any questions? No questions? Okay, no questions?
The side lot line here by bylaw 438, variance number 1. Set up that you should have 7.5, 7.5 when you're your dwelling will be located 0.9 meters from the north and 0.6 meters from the south. If anything exceeded in depth, how do you rationalize that?
So we're doing a second-story addition over a one-story, an existing one-story. So, we're just mimicking the exact size of the one-story, the existing one-story addition as it stands today. We're just building a second story on top. So in order to keep in line with what's there already, we need those variances under the old bylaw. Because we're 2 feet over, we're 2 feet beyond the 17-meter limit. So those two variances really just refer to the rear 2 feet of the proposed addition.
Any other questions? Okay, so we're in committee discussion or motion.
I move for approval in that variance is truly minor.
Okay. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Item number 25, 99 Balmoral Avenue. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and a cover letter from the agent. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Robert Green, Clements Green Lang Architects.
Okay. Panel members, do you need a presentation or just wish to proceed to questions? Any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Green,
Yes, sir.
you're looking for a floor space index of 0.903, moving from 0.69. What's there on Balmoral Avenue that reflects that change that you're seeking?
Well, there are a number. The easterly neighbor at 97, based on looking at approved decisions, has a floor FSI of 1.08. That's the easterly neighbor. The westerly neighbor at 101 Balmoral, we didn't have a C of A decision, but we were able to calculate their FSI fairly accurately, and it's approximately 1.30. There are many Balmoral ones, that exceed that.
You currently exceed already what the bylaw has, right?
That's correct.
You're at 208 square meters, I think, from what I looked at on the
I
plans.
believe so. And if I can I give you a photograph?
Sure. Thank you.
The first, and here's
Thank you.
if you look at those three images, the first one just shows the front of the house, shows the massing, and then from the rear, there's two photographs. I think it's fairly clear from that photograph, those two photographs, that the proposed one-story addition falls between those two houses. Those houses are taller on both sides. The house to the west is 2 stories exceeding the length of the proposed one-story addition. It's a 2-story addition on that side. And the one on the east is also considerably higher. It's a fairly modest addition fitting between those two buildings.
Committee discussion or motion? So that's a motion.
That's a motion.
Okay. Okay. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Number 26, 533 Palmerston Boulevard. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 2 form letters in support signed by the owners and occupants of 531 and 535 Palmerston. Could we please have your name for the record, sir, please?
Marco Razzolini from Replacement Design.
Panel members, do you need a presentation? Okay. Any questions? Okay. We're in committee. Discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is an addition on an existing first-story addition. This variance is indeed minor. Adjacent neighbors are in support. It meets the 4 tests, so I'd move approval.
Seconder? Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Number 2742 Tranby Avenue. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, email correspondence from the Assistant Planner, Heritage Preservation Services, City Planning, and a staff report from the Program Manager, Heritage Preservation Services. And can we just have your name for the record, please?
My name's Martin Rendell. I'm appearing before you today for the owner.
Okay. Any questions? Or
Do you have a copy of the report from Heritage Preservation?
Yeah, I do, and that's a standard condition. We're fine with that condition.
so the existing FSI is 1.21, I know.
It is,
from
yes.
the plans? Okay. Any other questions?
Other questions?
Okay. Thank you. We're in committee, discussion or motion?
Madam Chair, I would move for approval of this application as it meets the 4 tests. It's cut of the neighborhood. It's in a green zone bylaw. With the heritage condition.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Application is approved with the heritage condition. Thank you. Number 2839 Woodside Avenue. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, letter including 2 photographs and temporary wrap in an existing rear deck from the agent, email correspondence from the assistant planner, Muni Planning, City Planning, East Etobicoke, York District. Okay, your name for the record, please, sir.
Daniel Vendruzzo, Frank Bandiera Architects, authorized agent for the owners.
Okay, any questions, panel members?
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
reviewed this one. I would move for approval.
Okay, so we're in committee, so you'd like to make a motion?
My
Okay.
motion is approval based on the zoning bylaw.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Okay, number 29, 309 Glenlake Avenue. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, cover letter from the agent, a staff report from the Director of Community Planning, Etobicoke, York District. Can you give your name for the record, please, sir?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Paul Dowsett of Sustainable Architecture, the agents for the owner.
Okay. Committee members, do you have any questions?
I just want to ask Mr. Bersett, you're looking for a rear basement walkout, a rear 2-story addition, the ground floor deck, and a rear 3rd floor addition on the east. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at dormers on the west.
Yeah.
Can you,
Okay, I think I can help clarify that. There's an existing permit on this property for all the items except for the dormers. The rest of the construction has been completed already. Late in the construction, the homeowners asked us to obtain them the dormers as well. That has triggered the variance for the sidewall. I do want to note that we've been very careful to keep the predominance of the front gable and the eaves all along the sides, on both sides, the east side and the west side. So the dormers will be very subservient to the main mass of the house. The dormers are quite small in relation to the house.
You've seen the planning report?
Yes, we have.
And you're okay with the condition proposing? Okay. Any other questions, panel members?
No questions.
Okay, so we're in committee, discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think this application meets the 4 tests. What's being proposed fits within the character of the neighborhood. I would move approval, including the condition in the February 27th report.
Do I have a seconder? Okay. Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved with that condition.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 21, 199 Macdonell Avenue. Is the opposition still here? Are the parties that were opposed still present? Okay, so if you could sit at the side, please. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, cover letter from the agent, including 2 photographs of existing property in neighborhood context, 3 renderings of the proposed property, partial site plan showing rear yard, ground floor plan, and copy of the zoning notice and public hearing notice, staff report from the Director of Community Planning, Toronto and East York District, 14 signature petition in support from the owners and occupants of 117, 189, 190, 191, 193, 194, 195, 201, 203, 206, 208, and 217 Macdonell Avenue, and 200 Lansdowne Avenue rear. Correspondence in opposition from 178, 197, and 188 Macdonell Avenue. Can we have your name for the record, please, sir?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is John Boone, and I am acting as agent for the owners.
Okay, so you've had an opportunity to have any discussions?
I have.
Are there matters that still remain in dispute?
There are.
Okay, so please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal has essentially 3 variances. There were 7 listed on the zoning notice, and then 6 on the public hearing notice in the form of 123, 123. So they're taken from the old and the new bylaws. So I've sent a report to your attention, which I'm going to discuss now, which effectively discusses what I'm referring to as 3 variances. Essentially, these variances are referring to density, setback, and height, and I will speak to each of those in sequence. The first variance, my mistake, rather, concerns density, and this is listed as variances 1 and 3 on the public hearing notice, and variances 1 and 6 on the zoning notice. They refer to a maximum density of 0.60. In fact, slightly to be corrected, though not emphasized, is that it's actually 0.69 at the rear of a lot. And the proposed density for this project will be 1.05. The ratio to building lot size is a common variance in the City of Toronto, and in this particular case, the variance arises as more a function of the lot size rather than the house size, and I will speak to that as I move into the presentation. For instance, if you refer to the image that I've placed up on the overhead, we do have a 3rd floor addition, but you can see from the street that there is no evidence of that 3rd floor massing. We're cognizant of the street character, and for this reason, we've designed simply a front dormer with the existing roof line kept intact. And so I'll show you now. That is a rear aerial view towards the properties on the street, and this is where the massing will occur. 199, the subject property, is highlighted in white text, and then the adjacent properties are highlighted in red. We have written support from all of the neighbors that you'll see identified on that slide, save for 197, who has objected to the proposal. The occupant of 201 north of this particular proposal, who would be subject to the shade and the other overlook conditions, is actually in support of the application. To be clear, all of the neighbors want to do the same thing, so I think this is where the support comes from. And so I'll leave it at that. I think that the house is not large by comparison, and for that reason, although the density or the FSI will be 1.05, I do not believe that it is large by comparison. It is large as a result of the ratio to the lot, and for this reason, I think the variance is minor. The next variance is concerns setback. The first has to do with roof overhang, and this has come up frequently, as you realized before. This is a requirement under the new bylaw, not the old bylaw. And again, it is triggered as a result of the location of the existing wall of the house, which does not comply with setbacks. So the existing setback is not being reduced in any way. Rather, the third floor is being built upon the existing load-bearing wall, and the roof overhang variance comes as a result of what is an 8-inch soffit, and it cannot be avoided for that reason. Now, the other setbacks refer to the setbacks of the north and south walls on the property. And okay, so what you're looking at here is a similar view angle that we were just looking at with the aerial photo. This shows us where the massing is occurring on the building. Now, the variances are described differently in the old and the new bylaw, so I just want to try to summarize this in common language if I can. Essentially, there are two variances being sought here. The south wall of the building, i.e. the building, if you want to look on the image up on the left, the wall on the left, has a 0-meter setback, and this is in keeping with the semi-detached nature of the house. The reason that the variance is triggered is for the potential that the neighbor will not consent or agree to what is called a party wall agreement. So this is the provision in the zoning bylaw of a 0-meter setback that allows for conditions like this to happen. And to be clear, I just want to show you that is the rear addition floor plan. So the walls in gray are existing, and the new ones are showing the wood studs, et cetera. So you can see the neighbor to the south, 197. You'll see the way the wall jogs there. For whatever reason, past owners have built having not agreed to a party wall, which is technically unfortunate, but it is a reality. So their wall has jogged and has a 0 setback. Our wall will be doing the same thing with a 0 setback, and then we will leave ourselves to the technical considerations to resolve what would be water, penetration, fire, safety, et cetera. But technically it can be resolved. Unfortunately, it is required as a minor variance in this particular case. So that's the south wall. So the variances that talk to 0 meters, it's the south wall, which is effectively a party wall. Am I coming to my time?
For 6 minutes.
Absolutely. So that's pretty much it. The north wall setbacks are similar. They can't be avoided because the building is existing. The height requirement of 7.5 meters is in excess by 2 meters, but again, that is seen not from the street. That height is more present on the side of the building, which is not visible from the street per se.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hear from you again afterwards. Who would ever like to speak? Are both of you speaking or just one of you speaking? Okay. So I need your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name's Robin Burgess. I live at 197, the proposed attached house to this big box plan. Can I see the picture again of our rear yards? Is that possible? I just wanted to point out a very large tree there that's no longer there. I just had to have it taken out this week. I paid almost $1,000 because the drainage issue in our neighborhood killed that tree. And I ritually, at the end of every winter, have a very large pond on the rear part of my property. The actual physical characteristic of the landscape is that it's sloped from north to south toward the old lakeshore. We all have sup pumps. Some of us have 2 sup pumps. I have a marine sup pump. And flooding and water have been a constant problem in our neighborhood. The addition on the rear of my house was built before I bought it. It is a 2-story addition, and my understanding is that the neighbors gathered together and lobbied for a bylaw that disallowed any ground floor extensions because of the problem we have with drainage. So at 195, They did do a development last year, but they built a second-story addition out like above two very large pillars. And then they tunneled down to go into their backyard. And they built a drain at the rear part of my property on the north side of their garage, funneling all the excess water that this could potentially cause into the rear lane. So the problem is, with the more of the rear yards that we cover, and again, I'm emphasizing I didn't put the addition on the house that I bought, but it's just a constant drainage problem. And after they made the addition last year at 195, the folks 6 months later, when they completed it at 193, sold the house. And I saw them taking all the soaking wet particle board out of the basement by 3 truckloads before they listed the house. And my understanding is they showed the house with just a stripped down cellar in the lower level. So that's what we're dealing with in this neighborhood, the more of the soil and the more of the grass we cover up. And these houses are 10 in a row. They're little 3-story Edwardian houses with very small lots. And to allow this height extension and a 3-story complete addition with a walkout deck at the top is totally unprecedented in our neighborhood. And 195 wasn't allowed to do it. They weren't allowed to extend out on the ground level their first floor. They have that box that you see there with the rear window. They have that up on pillars. So, you know, in terms of the historical nature of the neighborhood, these 10 Edwardian houses, to be making these massive extensions out in the backyard is just going to really accentuate or, you know, increase this problem of drainage that we have in the neighborhood. And I'm thinking if you want to double the size of your house, you could probably go to another neighborhood and buy a bigger house. And that's what I would recommend to my neighbors at 199 that they do. Now, the other thing is they want to build it right to the side wall of my addition. And because this is a 40-year-old structure, I did recently install a rear window and found out that there are some issues with ants. I don't know how long that's going to last. I'm not in agreement to somebody building right up beside it because I just don't think it's a good idea. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Astrid Burgess, and I live at 197 Macdonell. So I'm her daughter. And yeah, the reason why I'm here to dispute this motion or proposed construction is mainly as well the issue with soil and land viability and drainage. I've lived with her for like 24 years, and almost annually there have been flooding issues since there have been adjustments on the backs of the houses around us. And I think that will kind of only really exacerbate things. But in addition to that, I think there's a proposed second-story deck that they're trying to, I guess, erect coming out from their proposed extension, and that second-story deck will ultimately cast a shadow into the entirety of our backyard. So if the soil and the land isn't being affected by the drainage issues and other potential worries there, the trees and the plants and all the kind of natural garden back there will be greatly affected by the shadow casting of their second-level deck. So that's a concern, as we already have very few green spaces left in the city, so bylaws should be protecting the very few green spaces that we currently have. Also, again, the light from the back windows that we get into our home is probably like light from about 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. onwards, so a lot of that will be blocked out by their addition as well as their deck. So yeah, the light in the house will be an issue, the light on the garden will be an issue, and frankly, the enjoyment of living will not be the same as it currently is if both those extensions are approved. So yeah, that's basically my issue, just the soil, land, and enjoyment of living viability for the next 5-10 years or however long we live in that house. That's everything. Thank you.
From a light perspective, the addition being proposed appears to be slightly longer than the two-story portion of your home. So how, and there's no windows on that side, so how will it affect the light?
Yeah, so we have rear sliding doors, and on the second story, there's two big bay windows. So basically, the entire back wall will be getting about half as much light as it was before. Or less, I don't know. Like, I'm not a scientist, but I know that, like, basically there will be a definite light interference by a wall next to the window. Because if it's coming right up to the property line, there's not going to be enough distance for the light to pass through into those windows. If it was, say, a meter or something, or whatever they could do away from the property line, there would be more light ability to pass through into our property. This will kind of just overshadow it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please respond to the issues that have been raised?
Can I ask 2 questions?
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Can I just, before you start, ask you 2 questions related to this?
Sure.
Number one, approximately how much further are you coming out from the existing 2-story addition at number 197?
Yeah. 20.
That's one. And do you know what the floor space index is of that house next door?
We're coming back 20 inches.
20
further,
inches?
1 foot 8 inches. And to be clear, length is not a variance
I
considered.
understand, but
I
just
appreciate that.
speaking to the
Sure.
concern about light, so 20 inches?
Yeah, but it's due south. I don't understand. Like the north is straight up right there on that. So north is that way. So 197 is due south of this property. So I'm not. But I'll speak to that in a minute.
And then do you know the floor space index of 197?
Yeah, and I was looking at that, and I did want to speak to that. In fact, the 1.05, 30% of the FSI is coming as a result of the third floor. So our current FSI on 199 is, with second floor addition, would be approximately 74%.
Right.
So I approximate 197 to currently have what is probably in the neighborhood of around 78 to 80%, but I've not done a calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did you want me to rebut quickly to their concerns? Sure, okay, thank you. And I did speak briefly with Robin prior to the hearing today to clarify some things, one of which is that, in fact, the drainage issue is a valid concern. It does not speak to the merit of the variances, but it is a valid concern, and I'm cognizant of that, as are the neighbors. And so it is a problem that can be solved by design, and I fully expect that that will be taken care of. Everyone is worried about the water conditions, so it's not something that is taken lightly, but at the same time, it does not impede upon or speak to the variances specifically that we're talking to today, but it is certainly by way of consideration something to be dealt with. I don't believe as much as I could say.
Okay, Sorry, you've had your chance. It's his opportunity to speak now. Thank you.
And I think the other concern was with light, so I just want to be brief to make sure I speak to the concerns that were raised. The other is with light, and I don't believe that light is an issue here. It would be for 201, who is actually in approval of the application, but as I say, 197 is literally due south, so east and west light conditions are really not affected by the new work. Yes, sir.
Yesterday, I actually was looking at the direction that the sun travels, and it was in the afternoon, and that was in the northwest.
Yes, so I'll show you the site plan.
Changes the whole course of your east-west.
You are correct. There is a shadow pattern on the lawn, absolutely. When we build, shadows are inevitable, but I'll show you the site plan. Arrow is just on the bottom right-hand side of the title block. So the sun pattern, by the time we've hit the afternoon, effectively the building masses are already casting shadows. But to your point, yes, absolutely, there are new shadows as a result of this build, but none that are detrimental to the windows per se, because they are already casting a westerly shadow, right? You can see that the westerly setting sun is not affecting the daylight into their windows per se. It's more of a shadow pattern on the landscape.
Did you look at what your addition would look like if you went the same length as the other half of the semi?
We did, and in fact, the discussions with planning, and again, as agents for owners, we design things and then we give advice as we can to go back. So in discussions with planning, it was the third floor that was of concern. And in fact, you have a planning report limiting the third floor depth. So that was brought back. But with regards to the length of the second floor, it's not a variance. And I guess, what was your question again specifically, if we were bringing it?
The question was, did you at all look at a design where you did your third floor step back, but you didn't go past the other half? So you could in fact mirror the first and second floor?
Yeah,
the
for
other
sure,
half of the
yeah.
semi? And could that work, or why didn't it work?
No, sorry to interrupt, absolutely sure. No, I guess because it wasn't a variance, we just let it go. Because we weren't dealing with length. They wanted the space. And second, I think that by letting the walls vary in their depth, by design, my suggestion is that it allows us to identify and accentuate the different masses. So by letting this thing come a little bit forward, what we see are two masses that represent two houses, whereas if they all line up together, the worry I have is that we end up with a great big mass. So I think visually by design, even though it's not considered a variance, I think visually by design it's appropriate. And so that is, I think, is the best answer that I can give you to that.
Is there other third-story rear additions?
Yes. You'll see, if you just look on the top left-hand side of the paragraph, of the photograph rather, you'll see that happening. And this is typical, and I think at large, I think the official plan wants this kind of thing. The official plan favors increased density. So what we're looking at here is the ability of a family with 3 kids to live in this house instead of moving to Oshawa or in the outlying region. So I think from a broader height, that's the suggestion made here. That's why the density is over. All of the density occurs as a result of the third floor addition. And so yes, you do see semblances of that happening. And in that particular case on 189, I think they also jumped out at the front as well. We are not doing that. On the front, as you can see, we are cognizant of that height disposition.
Further
and
in
we
the
just,
back than 189.
Pardon?
The third floor goes further into the rear than 189.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, we're in committee. Discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, I've heard the concerns from the neighbor. I know that we have some support from other neighbors. I heard the explanation in terms of having a solid face. Having said that, we always try to look at when it's semis to sort of keep them as close to a mirror image as we can. In terms of this design, I would argue that this design would actually break up a solid wall, even if it were equal to the other half in terms of the depth. So I'm inclined to not support these variances, as I feel particular. I know there's no length variance, but in terms of the massing versus the other half, I would have liked to have seen it go back equally the distance to the other half. So if you want me to move a motion, then unless Mr. So my motion would be to refuse the application, as I feel that it does not meet the 4 tests, and as I say, I would like to see it mirror the depth/length of the adjacent semi.
Do you wish to second that motion? Okay, all in favor? I dissent. So your application is approved.
Refused.
Refused, sorry, my mistake. It's refused. It's my mistakes. You're, lots of them.
You're entitled.
No, never. Never, yeah. I've never claimed to be that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Number 24, 1646 Dupont Street. Okay, sorry, thank you. 1646 Dupont Street. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a letter of rationale from the applicant, correspondence from the assistant planner, community planning, Toronto and East York District, staff report from the acting supervisor, tree protection and plan review, urban forestry, correspondence and concern or interest from 1644 Dupont Street. Can we have your name, please?
Dilip Chinyar, I'm the agent for the homeowners, and they're present as well.
Okay, so you gentlemen are here opposed? Okay, so have you had a chance to chat? Is there still areas of concern?
What we've read in the report, we're quite happy to accommodate. The one particular comment they had was the addition
Sorry,
to
just
the
a
rear,
second.
where the balcony exists, is to maintain the pitch, the roof pitch, so that it's
You
consistent.
mean their letter of objection?
Pardon?
You mean their letter of objection?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So have you've come to a resolution then?
Well, what we're saying is that we haven't met with them, but we're quite happy to accommodate what they're asking for.
You didn't have a chance to meet?
We haven't had a chance to meet, no. Ma'am, it's very minor because the existing gallery, the extension, both had the same roof line. We're going to maintain that roof line because we have to apply for a building permit anyway to do the alteration.
Okay, so so you haven't had a chance to chat. I need to hear from you and hear from their concerns then, because I'm
Absolutely.
not sure exactly where we stand. Are you still objecting to any of the variances that are being requested?
We do have concerns.
Okay. Okay, so do you want to do a short presentation, then we can hear from the opposition?
Did they have a chance?
You want to have a chance? Do you want?
Well, we have
minutes?
everything documented, so we're happy with that.
But have you spoken?
Yes, I mean, in the time period that we've asked
Um,
everybody to have a discussion, did you have a discussion?
No, we have not had a discussion, but their variances of objection, we've read them, and we're quite happy to comply with them. But I want to hear what else they have to say here, because there's only 2 points they've raised. One is grading, and one is the elevation.
Okay, so in the time that we've taken to get to your application, you haven't had a chat?
I beg your pardon?
In the time that we've taken to get to your
Well,
application?
let me just put this very clearly to you, ma'am. The original homeowner that is looking after the project, his
Yes.
mother passed away this morning.
Okay.
He has been in the U.S. for the last 3 days, and past that, he's been away.
Okay.
This is Mr. Bud. His mother passed away
Okay,
today. So.
no, but,
So he was the gentleman liaising with them. I'm just trying to clear the air, ma'am.
okay, I'm just trying to determine what's happened today.
Sure.
And you're telling me you really haven't chatted, although there's been time to chat.
But the objection that they've raised, as an architect, I'm trying to tell you, ma'am, that in my opinion, they're minor. We can accommodate them.
Okay, so, okay, I want to hear then your submissions with respect to the variances, and then we'll hear from them, please. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir.
We are seeking 3 variances. One is the need for a parking space. I have to put the site plan on the screen just for your benefit.
Okay.
The existing house has no access for variance number 1 for any parking space to the rear of the house. As you can see from the site plan, the survey is identical. And there's no possibility of a car coming into the rear yard of this property. That was variance number 1. We required 1 parking space. The other variance was we increased the existing footprint by coming out 12 inches from where the existing balcony was at the rear. And that was the second variance. The rear yard setback was the third one. Well, it was part of the 12 inches as well. What this property has is the neighbor has a right-of-way, as you can see at the back of the property, from their property to access. There's an easement there, and that takes up another 4 feet, 1.2 meters. So there is no way we can get in here. That parking is totally impossible. We've addressed all the other points. This property is very conducive to convert into 2 dwellings. The properties around us, they're all commercial. This is the only semi on the front street. And the partners that have bought this property, it's not viable for a family, but it's viable for single people. And we would like to try and see if we can convert this into a second dwelling.
Okay. So can we hear from you, and then we'll have you back, sir? Thank you. Of course, yes. So I didn't catch your name. I did catch the
My name is Jason Patel.
Okay.
And this is my father, Dayal Bhai Patel.
1644,
And we're
right?
residents of 1644 Dupont Street.
So can you let us know?
So a couple of our concerns with the variances were, we just want to start off with is the roofing. If they do go out the distance that is proposed, we are afraid that there will be issues on our side with the roofing in terms of the height. If their height is higher than our common roof, then there is potential for damage on our property with either rain or snow. I do know that they had mentioned that they would compromise and work with us. Another thing that we wanted to address was, I think in the future, the intention would probably be for the property owners to sell this property. We are planning on building a gate and using the easement to go in and out of our property. And also, our concerns is the front and the exterior landscaping and any water that the water should be sloping off the property and not into our residence. Also, if the intention is to sell, that gate that is proposed should not be closed if a new buyer were proposed to actually buy that property.
Okay, so that's something that I mean, there is a right-of-way there. You're saying you'd put you're concerned that they'd block off access to your right-of-way?
In the future, if a buyer were to...
You have, I mean, we don't deal with that issue.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you have your survey, you have your title documents.
Yep.
If that ever became an issue, you would have to go through whatever steps you took. But from this survey, clearly shows there's a right-of-way across that property onto your property, but that's not something that we deal with. So future issues, I think you just have to keep the lines of communication open, and if there was a circumstance in which you felt that something was going against what you felt was your interests or what your rights were, then you'd have to seek whatever advice was necessary at that time.
Okay.
But there is a survey. Just make sure you keep your surveys and your title documents, and at least you have source documents should there ever be an issue that arises. There is no variance with respect to landscaping before us. So if you have any concerns with respect to the way the front yard is graded or that's having any issues, you would have to have those private discussions with the owner, because that's not something that's currently before us with respect to alteration of the front yard.
Now, the parking issue.
Yes.
I've been living this my house for 37 years. The parking issue is here. Okay?
So they're asking for a variance. The bylaw requires that they have one parking spot. They're
Where?
asking for a variance to say to have no parking spots on their property.
But they're going to go making parking lot on the front?
No,
No?
no, they'd have to find some other parking either on the street or
Yeah,
somewhere else.
well-
They're asking for a variance to say they
so I
don't
have
need
two
any
cars.
parking.
I take parking lot from 97, from 37 years. I have two parking permits. So I thought they're going to make parking.
No,
parking
they're
space
asking,
up front.
well, their site plan doesn't show that they want any parking, and they're asking for a variance The bylaw requires that they have one parking spot. They're saying they can't provide that or won't be providing that, so they want a variance to say they don't need any parking. So there will be no, if the application is granted, there's no, they're not showing any parking requirements.
So another issue is that the last roof, if they are going straight, or going to be 2 foot down.
Well, I think one of the things
So-
is if the application were to be approved and they submitted an application for a building permit, those type of matters be dealt with in the building permit stage and engineering, especially when it's a semi-detached property. Okay, again, that's not something that, they're not asking to, you know, they're going to have to reflect what is appropriate from a building code and a building standards perspective when they make, if they get approved, when they make an application for a building permit.
Okay, so they're going to make straight or as it is now?
Well, they're looking to put on a rear second-story addition.
Addition, but when they go the roof, they're going to go straight.
It is you mean, is it a flat roof?
Yeah, flat roof, yeah. So mine is, last room is flat. I mean, not flat, it's going 2 foot down. And we have balcony.
Well, it's a flat, there is a flat roof.
Yeah, it's flat roof. Mine, the last room is tilted like this.
Well, there seems to be a slight tilt
Yeah.
towards the outside.
So
There has to be, when you do a flat roof, there still has to be a bit of a pitch, but that's part of the building permit process, and when the plans are submitted, you can't have, it's not completely flat, because the water has to go somewhere, but sometimes.
My concern is, in future,
Yes,
can you give me permission now to like do the same as them?
that would have to be, that if you were making an application on your own property, that would have to be considered on the merits of your application at that time. The only, this is, if the committee decides this is not prohibiting you from making an application, but it also, we can't deal with an application that's not before us. So if you wish to make an application in the future, you have to make your own application, and it would be judged and assessed on the merits of the bylaws in place at the time and what you were requesting.
So this gentleman say we're going to comply, we comply every time. Because when they started construction in the home, I used to give him tea every day because they are from my place. So they say they're going to comply with us, so I hope.
Well, there are some variances that are being requested, so that's why they're here.
Okay.
Okay, but with respect to building code matters and building permit matters, there is a process that checks to the degree possible that the building code and everything is done in accordance with standards. Okay, so we don't police that, but when they make, if the committee approves this and they make an application for a permit, that's part of the permitting process to ensure that what they would be proposing is in line with what is required. Okay? Okay?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay. If you have anything to rebut there, sir? Thank you. Well, that's what
The concern with the flat roof, those are the two elevations. One shows existing, one shows proposed.
Yes.
We're maintaining the pitch
Yeah.
to match with what he's looking for.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're in committee. Discussion or motion?
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't think there's very much to, it seems like the applicant is prepared to resolve any outstanding issues that's brought up by the respondents in this particular case. I think this, it's quite clear there's no parking space available at the present moment. And with this setback, I think there's not very much we can do about the setback requesting. I'm therefore moving for approval of this application with the urban forestry 2, and recommending that the applicants speak with the neighbors.
I'll second the motion to approve.
Okay. All in favor? The application is approved, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so number 30, 259 Bartlett Avenue. We bring it to 230. So good afternoon. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, correspondence including background information related to the proposal submitted by the agent, 15 form letters in support signed by the owners and occupants of 136, 160, 194, 195, 235, 237, 249, 271, 271 and a half, Bartlett Avenue, 242, 266, 272 Westmoreland Avenue, 23 Craftsman Lane, and 586 Gladstone Avenue. Can we have your name for the record, sir?
My name's Tony Henriquez. I'm the agent for this application.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions? Or do you
Yeah,
have
Mr. Enriquez, this is the application for the autistic kid?
Pardon?
Is this one about one that for the autistic child?
No.
Oh.
We're just proposing a two-story addition at the back.
So you're basically mirroring the depth of the adjacent half.
Yes, basically what we're doing is we're replacing an existing addition with a new addition. The new addition would be wider, but it's the same depth.
Right, and it goes along the main walls.
Yes, and along the main wall.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions.
No, just 2 meters, 3.88 meters change.
Okay, so we're in committee, discussion or motion?
No, through you, Madam Chair, I think that this application is indeed minor, meets the 4 tests, and I would move approval.
Do I have a seconder? Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Number 31, 255 Havelock Street. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, staff report from the Director of Community Planning, Toronto and East York District, 6 form letters in support signed by the owners and occupants of 241, 246, 251, 253, 254, and 257 Havelock Street. And sir, can we have your name for the record again,
Yes.
please?
Marco Razzolini.
Committee members, just want to proceed to questions, if any? Okay. Any questions?
Are you aware of the planning report?
Yes, and we have no problem
Problem with that?
with.
Okay. So if there's no questions, we're in committee, discussion or motion?
Madam Chair, I believe that this is truly a minor application. There is a planning report dated
May 8th.
May 8th, 2019. I move that we approve this application subject to the planning report. It has meet the 4 tests, and it's in agreement with the City of Toronto bylaw.
Do you have a seconder? I'll second. Okay, all in favor? Your application is approved on that condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 32, 19 Verbena Avenue. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, correspondence including revised drawings showing narrow dormers and reduced floor space index submitted by the agent, staff reports from the Director of Community Planning, Etobicoke York District, from the Acting Supervisor, Tree Protection and Plan Review, Urban Forestry, correspondence in concern or interest from 7 Verbena Avenue, and correspondence in opposition from 5 Hazelbrae Road, 21 Verbena Avenue, 85 Mayfield Avenue, 8 Hazelbrae Road, and 15 Hazelbrae Road. Hello,
Good
sir.
afternoon, Madam Chair.
We have your name, please, for the
My
record.
name is Mario Faraone. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Mr. and Mrs. Campbell.
Okay.
I have,
Panel members, do you need a presentation, or would you like to proceed to questions?
Questions?
Questions, okay.
So basically, we are to look at the plans that you submitted, and you're aware of the planning report, that
Yes.
anything that we would look at would be in conjunction with.
yes, I've been working with the planner, so I know exactly what she wants.
Okay.
The main concern is one of the condition, that the work will be done according to the plan in the file of the committee of adjustment. And I have nothing against that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the requests made by Ms. Farioni.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so we're in committee.
They're minor. And I would move for approval based upon the Director of Community Planning dated May 15th.
14.
What?
14.
14, yeah.
Oh, 14. Yeah, just to be heard on the 15th.
I know by heart.
It's getting too late now. We can't see very much.
Yes.
And
On that condition?
when that condition on urban forestry 1, I move for approval.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved on those conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 33, 95 Lightbourn Avenue. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, correspondence from the real estate clerk at Real Estate Services, Hydro One Networks Incorporated. Hi, may I have your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners.
Thank you. So committee members, do you have any questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, so we're in committee. Discussion or motion, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, these variances are indeed minor. The parking, I believe, is an existing condition, and the FSI request is indeed minor. What's being proposed fits in the context of the neighborhood, meets the 4 tests, and I move approval.
Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Number 34, 13 Roblocke Avenue. Committee has before it plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, correspondence including 4 photographs illustrating the neighborhood context submitted by the agent. Could we have your name and address for the record, please, sir?
Yes, I'm Doug Norton of Mesurite Public Design Company, 37 Bedell Crescent in Whitby. And I'm here as an agent for the owner of the property.
Okay, committee members, do you have any questions? Mr. Norton?
The addition's on the same footprint
It's exactly the same footprint. It's a 200-year-old building, and
Yeah.
all of the houses in the neighborhood have the same.
Yeah, you're just rebuilding the rear, right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. So we're in committee, discussion or motion?
Madam Chair, since Mr. Norton comes from so far out in Ajax, was it Pickering night?
Whitby.
Whitby.
Yeah.
I
came especially because I knew you were going to be.
Yeah, it's a good day for you. I move for approval of this application and meet the 4 tests. It's not contrary to the city attorney bylaw, not the zoning bylaws.
Will you second? Okay, all in favor? Your application is approved. You're voting too?
I am too. Yes.
Okay. all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
I don't think you get to sign the decision, but I'll note that you put your hand up as well.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Item number 35, 96 South Kingsway. Committee has before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Some previous decisions from the Committee of Adjustment affecting the subject property, correspondence from the planner, Toronto Region Conservation Authority, staff reports from the acting supervisor, tree protection and plan review with urban forestry, and from the supervisor, ravine and natural features protection and urban forestry, and correspondence and support or no opposition from 104 South Kingsway. And can we have your name and address, please?
My name is David Peterson. I'm the architect and agent for the property.
Thank you. So, panel members, do you have any questions of Mr. Peterson?
I guess my only question is why was this not constructed as per the approvals that were previously granted by committee?
Yeah, the original building it's a new construction because we removed 50% of the walls, but we did keep the existing foundation walls because the existing building was already really close to the property lines. So it was a way of not having shoring. But the walls required some remedial work. As a result of that remedial work, we were the kind of height of the ground floor was slightly larger because of that. So in that case, it's, I think, 5 inches larger than, higher than we had originally estimated. But the overall height of the building remains the same as approved in the first committee of adjustment. The depth of the building, the FSI, all these other items remain the same.
And that design element on the north side is what takes you over the side yard setback?
Well, that
Little bit of a angle on that wall?
was one that existed. The existing,
existed?
Yes, that existing garage was already had that angle. So in kind of remediating that wall,
Oh, yeah, okay,
we kind of slightly came out further to try to make a better foundation wall in that area.
Well, you got a building permit, and then you went out and you build, and you said remediating the wall. Why would you have to remediate to build from 0.38 meters to 0.07?
Because that wall was constructed was deteriorating. So there are parts of it we could keep, but in remediating it, the mason just kind of came a little further than he should have.
And it wasn't caught at the time, obviously.
No.
Okay.
Are we in committee?
Any further questions? No. Okay, we're in committee. Discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that the explanations that have been given by the applicant make sense, and these variances are not dramatically different from what was approved previously. So I would be prepared to move approval, including forestry number 3.
Yeah, I seconded it just to bring to Mr. Peterson's views that normally I don't like for somebody to go and build something, doesn't walk in and expect an approval. But I'll second it.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, number 36, 1 Major Street. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 5 form letters in support, signed by the owners and occupants of 1.5, 3, 11, 13, and 17 Major Street. And could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Joe Dome, 1101 Steeles Avenue West, agent for the applicant.
Panel members, do you have any questions of the agent?
No, it seems like a fair application is moving on screws and moving into the attic. When you're converting the attic to a livable space?
That's correct.
And so as a result of that, your floor space index increased?
Yes.
By 2.7. Madam Chair, based on that, I don't think this requires much discussion. I think this has meet the 4 tests. That contrary to city attorney bylaw and the zoning bylaws. So I move for approval.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 37, 52A Cluny Drive. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, copy of a letter provided to the neighbors by the agent, staff report from the program manager, Heritage Preservation Services, form letter in support signed by the owners and occupants of 54 Cluny Drive, correspondence and concern of interest from 52 Cluny Drive, and correspondence in opposition from 52 Cluny and 51 Cluny. Can we have your name, please?
Yes, my name is Jan Teamstra. I'm the architect for the project. And with me is the owners, Mr. and Mrs. Flynn.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? You're aware of the heritage condition?
Yes, we've been working with Heritage on this. We have a copy of their letter of approval.
Okay.
In regards to the oppositions, number 52, which is the adjoining house, and number 51, we have since, the owners have spoken to both Ms. Wood and also to Mr. Drelis,
Okay.
and they have no objection.
Okay. So an opportunity to explain the plan a little more?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, any other questions?
No other questions by me.
Okay.
Mr. Teamstra accepts the heritage
Yes.
designation. I would move
So
for,
we're in committee, discussion or motion? Okay, you want to make a motion, Mr. Russell?
I'd move for approval of the application,
Subject to heritage?
subject to heritage conditions. I mean, in that it has met the 4 tests, it's not contrary to the Toronto bylaw, nor the zoning bylaws.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Your application subject to the heritage condition is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 38, 440 Glenholme Avenue. We have the copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, staff report from the manager, permits and enforcement, parking, transportation services. Can we have your name and address, please, sir?
Sure. My name is Lincoln Lowe, owner of the property.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? You're aware of the transportation condition?
Yes, I was just wondering if I could get a bit of clarification on it, if possible, if I could have a bit of the committee's time. I guess the application that I have, I never intend to remove a parking space. I took a picture of, I guess, where I parked the car right now, and my neighbor and I, we share, I guess, that front area, and we both park there. And when I made the variance application, they had said, you're removing a parking space, which I had said I wasn't. All I want to do is move it slightly over so that my neighbor and I can both use the mutual drive without, I guess, me backing out and they backing out and vice versa. So I'm okay with the condition, I guess, but I guess it's not what I thought what I was asking for.
I guess your application triggered the variance because they say that the parking pad encroaches on city property.
Right.
Okay, so even if it says here that it's not permitted under the Toronto Municipal Code on the residential front yards and boulevards in that area, and if you apply for front yard parking,
That you won't get it.
you'll
Yeah.
be refused.
Yeah.
You're in
So
a
you're illegal, wherever your existing situation isn't.
I see.
It's
Permitted.
not legal.
So,
Legal.
and sorry, one more second, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Almost everyone on the street, I guess maybe the answer is everyone on the street is parking
Probably.
illegally. Is that kind of where I'm getting with this?
If somebody complains,
Okay, I see.
they will all be coming back after you.
I see. Okay. So I think I can park the car at the back, which is okay. So I'm in essence, I'm okay with the condition. It's just, I guess maybe.
You can go through and park in the.
Yeah, maybe I was too honest with the application, and this is.
Well, because this will be, if we approve it, this will be attached as a condition.
Yeah.
You'll have to apply.
And there may be someone who comes around to ensure that you
Right.
actually. done
Right.
it.
Now I'm realizing I may have shot myself in the foot, which is fine. Yeah.
Well, anytime you apply for variances, it triggers even existing conditions.
Right.
It'll-
Right.
But you're also in a tree protection zone.
Yeah, and that I noticed. And,
whammy, right?
Yeah. So I just I will accept that condition, no problem.
Yeah, the letter says that just in case we approve it, you would have to request, you have contact transportation services at 55 John Street.
Yeah. I saw that, and I didn't come here expecting that it would be approved. I know that that's there. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, now, they might start looking at your neighbor now, too.
I know. Well,
Enforce this.
they would have a field day on the whole street. I have a few pictures. I don't need to show it to you guys, but yeah, it's.
You'll be saying to your neighbor, shh, don't ask for a variance.
Yeah. Don't do it. It's not great. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, panel members?
No.
Okay, because the setbacks are just is a continuation of the existing.
That's right. And the neighbor actually already has that encroachment already.
Okay, thank you. So we're in committee?
Through you, Madam Chair, in terms of the, what's proposed, the rear addition lines up with other adjacent homes. There are other porches that have second stories on it. So I would move approval of the application, putting the condition in the May 9th report from Transportation.
Okay,
Second.
okay. All in favor? Your application's approved, subject to that condition.
Thank you.
Should do this.
Number 39, 243 Beverly Street. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and previous decisions of the Committee of Adjustment affecting the subject property. And your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Ben Chow, and I'm the owner of the property, and I also representing my wife.
Okay.
She's co-owner.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions?
Parking is an existing condition, correct?
Yes, currently I have two parkings. The moment when I try to sever the top floor, become the fourth unit,
Right.
at that point, I don't have, I don't have the 3 parking spot as required by by law.
Right.
So I have to apply for a minor variance.
I understand.
Mr. Chow,
Yep.
I want to move for your acceptance of your thing because I don't think there's anything major here. I think it's a minor variance. I move for,
That's your motion?
yeah, my motion is for acceptance of this application and meet the City of Fort Toronto bylaws and the zoning regulations of the City of Toronto.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Your application's been approved.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
So we're going to take just a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back to finish the day. Okay? So we'll be back at 10 to 5.
Hey, good turn.
You're not finished, right? No, so you went too fast in the afternoon? Well, I was gonna say, maybe you bit off too much in the morning? I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing, because you guys were here like right up until almost 1:30, right? And then you took a quick 15-minute break? Oh, so you don't put them at the end of the, no, you just have to continue forward, and then when you get it finished, then you're waiting for the next timed item, which is at 5:30. Oh, so you're just taking a break? Oh, okay, I just thought you finished all the items and you're waiting for the next time item to come out. See you later. Have a good night.
Okay, we're back in session. So we're going to vet the 4 o'clock agenda at 10 to 5, so thank you for your patience. Number 40, A, B, and C, 222 Pearson Avenue. Agent or applicant? Okay, anybody in interest? Okay. Number 41, A, B, and C, 47 Strader Avenue. Agent or applicant? Anyone in interest? We're not calling you yet. Is there somebody here in interest? Okay, so you guys should have a discussion outside? Okay, just one second. I'm just vetting. So you're here for Pearson? Yeah, okay. So are you opposed to the application? Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll not hear that item right this minute. We'll allow you a few moments to go outside and talk to the applicant and see, discuss your concerns, and then we'll hear from you once you come back from that. Okay?
There's 41 out there.
That's 41.
No, he's right here.
No, that's 40. He's Pearson.
That's what I meant, 40.
Yeah, so there was anyone here in interest for Pearson Avenue? Okay, so if you two can connect. Oh, you've already spoken? You're in support? Or you've already had your discussions? Okay. Number 42, 50 Madison Avenue. Okay, anybody here in interest? Okay. 4311 Forest Ridge Drive. Thank you. Anyone here in interest? And number 44, 209 Sorauren. Agent or applicant? Yeah, I just want to know if anyone was here in interest. Anyone here in interest? Because there had been letters filed. Okay.
Can we defer that one now?
Yeah, okay. So we're going to hold number 41 while they go have a discussion. We have got a deferral request on number 44 that we'll deal with first.
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the sign was not posted, therefore we need to be deferring this item.
This was the second time it wasn't
Yeah,
posted, though.
I know.
I just,
But
The message was got to be sent to the applicant that we will not defer it another time.
Yeah,
Is there an opportunity to, what's the earliest date that this could get back on, given that it's not, there's no discussions, or can we say that this is no further deferrals?
deferrals? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because it's an existing situation, and
This committee
that's been twice now.
will not entertain any further discussion.
Yeah, no further deferrals will be granted.
So I would be prepared to amend the motion then to move a motion to defer this application with the understanding that no further deferrals will be granted regarding this matter.
We'll hear it next time with a post, Anna.
Yeah, with the recirculation fee.
And I think, should it come back to this panel, or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come back to this panel. Okay. And you second that motion?
Seconded.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? So the application's deferred with, no further deferrals will be granted. Back to this panel and with recirculation fees. Okay, so we're going to hear number 40, 222 Pearson Avenue. Sir, are you
Yeah.
wishing to speak? Are you wishing to speak, sir? Okay. No, probably not, he says. Okay, so the committee has before it copy of draft plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, one rendering of the proposed properties, list of similar minor variance approvals, correspondence from the assistant planner, community planning, city planning, Toronto and East York District, staff reports from the director of community planning, Toronto and East York District, from the manager, development engineering, engineering and construction services, Toronto and East York, and correspondence from, in opposition, from 224 Pearson Avenue. Okay, can we please have your name, please? And
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean Tusi. I'm the office principal at Mimar Architects, Inc., representing the owners, who is also present here today. With your permission, Madam Chair, hearing from neighbors as well as the planning, we've made some changes to the design, which when you see fit, I will just go through them. I also have a supporting letter from number 220 Pearson Avenue, which is the neighbor immediately to the right, which with your permission, I would like to add it to the, as a supporting document. I believe my office have sent it yesterday, but we went through them and it wasn't there, so I'll just add it.
Okay. So are the revisions in line with the plans that were submitted and referenced in the report from planning dated May the 10th?
There is a slight change, which I do have the copies enough made, so with your permission, I will just hand it out.
Okay.
There's not a big change, but I think it's good to have
Okay, so
updated.
you take us through the variances. Is there specific changes to the variances?
I'll go through that
Okay,
as well.
thank you.
So this is actually a complete set.
Thank you.
So I'll go through the items. So there are three applications. One is consent, which will not change, will stay as is. And then on the hearing notice will be page 2 is the first change, which is number 1, the maximum permitted. Maybe I'll just start with the file number is A0052/19 TEY.
Okay.
So I'm going over that. The number 1 changes the building depth, changes from 19.84 to 19.29. This was done as a request of a planning, and it is as a part of their condition, which we are willing to accept that as well. Number 2 was changed as a request of neighbors on the left and right, and that's what made them support the application. We're just changing the word east to west and change the west to east. So I'll read it just to understand. So the minimum required side yard setback for a detached house is 0.9 meter. The new 3-story detached dwelling will be located 0.75
Okay.
from the, or either change the number or change the east or west. Maybe it's easier if we keep the 0.6 meter from the east side.
Let's keep the language the same, let's just change the number.
Change the numbers,
We
okay.
don't have to change the whole sentence.
Sure, Madam Chair. So the 0.6 changes to 0.75 meter from the west side lot line and 0.6 meter from the east side lot line.
Okay.
Which basically what happens, we push the houses closer to each other, giving more room between the house and the neighbors,
Okay.
which provides only 6-inch setback. Number 3 is changing from the floor space index is changing from 0.89, is changing to 0.88.
Okay.
So because we,
What does that change in meters squared?
I'll have to do the calculation. If you give me some time, maybe I'll just hand it over to the Madam Secretary after.
No, we need to hear it for the records.
Okay.
Before we make a decision.
I will do that. Once I finish with this, I'll do the calculations. So the next page, the page 3, we'll have.
No changes to, are the same changes then to 43886? Or any changes to those two variances under bylaw 43886?
4.3, yes, that changes the same thing because it is setback. So page 3, number 2.
Hold on.
So
Hold on, Mr.
number 1 under 438 is the same as number 2 under 569? Want us to make 06 changes to 0.75?
0.75.
And 0.74 changes to 0.60, right?
Yes, exactly, yeah. So everything, that becomes 0.75 from the west side line,
And
0.6 meter from the east side line.
So and variance number 2 under 438 remains the same?
Yes, no, it will change as well. It becomes 0.75,
And 0.60?
0 from the east side line.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last application, A0053.
Yes,
So the building depth changes to 19.24 instead of 19.84. The number 2, the 0.75 changes to 0.6.
and the same on the,
And the 0.6 changes to 0.75.
okay. Floor space,
0.88.
okay, and the same changes to the other?
Exactly, yes. So the 0.75 becomes 0.6, and 0.6 becomes 0.75. And then the number 2, which is the last item, also switches
Okay.
the number 0.6.
All right.
So, we're getting closer to the east lot line, than what was given in the notice, so that's a greater variance?
So on this second one, is it flipped the other way?
Yeah, so what we did,
Oh, so I mean, are they flipped? Because you're putting the houses closer together?
Yes.
On both sides? So,
yes.
so, okay, so for 40C, is it,
If I may approach, Madam Chair, I can show you on the.
well, just addressing the point that the,
The Secretary is correct. We are making them closer, but the ones that are being affected are technically the subject property. So they are getting closer to each other. We were hoping that because the affected properties are literally the owners who are also present here, and the reason for the change is because of the comments that we hear from the neighbors, that would make it possible for you to decide on it without a deferral.
new builds.
Mr.
It's a new
There's a problem here. You're moving, with the variance, you're moving like 0.6 to 0.75. It's an increase. So,
No, but it's the
Talking
new
about the other
builds.
one, where you're going from, you gave notice that it's 0.75.
On the
and
west.
You're going closer
yeah.
lot line.
Now, aren't you saying that you're going to go 0.6 between the two houses and extending 0.75 to each side of the
Each side of the
adjacent
houses.
neighbors?
The
Yes.
one that-
Right.
So then on the second application, does that actually change?
On both application, it will make it worth for the space between the houses, because they used to have more space between the two walls, between the two new houses. Now we're making it less a space, and in lieu of that, we're giving more space to the neighbors to the left and right. My point was that because the subject properties that are being affected by this change, I literally,
Yeah.
the the owner who is present here. So the person who is getting affected by that change in the variance is present here, is the owner. So I was hoping that would justify.
Oh, okay, I see what
I'm
you
just-
mean, to address the Secretary
Yes.
Treasurer's concerns, okay.
I'm just concerned about the increase. Wherever there's an increase, we have the variance.
No, he's
So what
actually
he's saying
giving
is-
a bigger setback to the existing
Yeah, yeah,
neighbors
he's-
and less to the new
Yeah,
builds.
not everything is okay with the less.
Okay.
Is
so I-
where you have now moved from 0.6 to 0.75, you have increased.
So what you're
That's-
saying, the owners of the neighboring property are here?
If I approach, I can.
Yeah.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So what we have done, the neighbors on both sides, so the way this was, I'll just show it this way. So these are the two neighbors, and these are
Yes.
the two subject properties. So we used to have 2 feet setback here.
Yes.
And 2 feet setback here.
Yeah.
And then we had 2.5 feet setback here, 2.5 feet setback here.
Yes.
Right.
Which would make this space 5 feet. So the neighbors had a concern that 2 feet is too close.
Yes.
So we agreed with them that we will push the whole building 6 inch that way.
I get that part.
And 6 inch this way.
I get that.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Tuesday,
these two-
I understand that altogether. What I'm concerned about is that by moving this building over here to increase the space here,
Yes.
and moving this building here to increase the space here.
Which is good. We're
Increasing the variance requirement.
Which is
request.
good. We're going
Yeah,
from
it is
2
good,
feet to
but we need server notice
Oh, wait
again.
a second.
But it's an improved condition.
it-
No, no, okay, no, but what?
No, it's not.
Oh, Okay,
It's-
so what? Okay. Yeah,
It's
what?
a notice, yeah.
So it's that on the, okay. So let's just go back to square one for a minute and go through it. Okay. So for part one, which is 0052, okay. So, so west side is where?
Is this?
Okay. So you're increasing, you're lessening that variances because you're making it more.
Which is good.
And the east side is in between the houses, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. That's,
Okay,
that's-
so that one's okay. Just a minute, now let's go to the next one. Okay, so 40C. Okay, so on the west side of 40C, instead of you're making it smaller. Okay, okay, and then on the other side was 0.6, you're making it bigger.
Yes.
Okay, so it's still the space in between the two new
Yeah.
houses.
Yeah,
That is.
It's a setback
From the,
lot line it is.
But it's the lot line that's being created by the severance, not the lot lines to the neighboring property. Yeah, okay.
But you gave notice to the center lot line.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Having a setback of, 0.74.
So your concern is that other people may feel that, oh, those houses are far enough
Bringing
apart
the
now.
house closer to that lot line.
it's
So,
okay.
okay, so just let me finish
house
my
that-
thought for a minute.
the two houses-
Can I just finish my thought with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer just for a moment, sorry, because I can't hold on to my thought that long. So your concern is that other individuals may have expected, when they receive their notice, that those two new proposed houses would be further apart. And now, they may be closer together, and someone may have a concern about them being closer together versus those people who were objecting to say they were too close to them on the neighboring properties.
Yes and no, I mean,
Okay.
it's an issue of notice.
Yes.
You're not improving the.
No,
you know,
yes.
You're.
Yes,
shrinking it,
yes.
So.
To address other issues, but there's still, it's a greater variance if the new lots were created. Sorry, Mr. Russell, I just had to finish that thought before I forgot.
Well, I think I was on the same boat with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, that we have a notice problem here. We have to reserve it. We have to set out new notices.
Do you know with this change and making the setbacks what you're intending with the new builds, is there anything on the street that you're aware of that has proximity in terms of setbacks that's the same? Or are they all 0.75?
Yes, the table that I proposed to you, the 2 feet setback is very, very much common in the neighborhood. Like if you look at it, like just in 2015 and from 2015 to 18, the tables that my office submitted, almost like it is very common. 2 feet setback in downtown Toronto is very common. It was more out of respect to the neighbors
I understand.
that they wanted, more, and they had a valid point. They were saying, if you guys are offering, 2.5 feet setback, why doing it between the houses? Give it to us. So we get, and I was hoping that because this adverse effect in the variance is literally the only place it affects is for this house is this house, for this house, and the owners of both houses are here today. I was hoping that would be something that.
No, understood.
Madam sorry, go ahead, Mr. Russell.
I'm not, I don't have a problem with what you're doing here, and I think it's a great idea. You want to satisfy the neighbors' requirements. It's just a notice that was filed, that was given out to the public, is contrary, and we cannot move. I don't know what my friends think, but I know that we cannot make a decision on something that was given out contrary to the public's notice.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may respond, I believe, and I'm sure Madam Secretary can confirm that, the committee does have it is in their power to decide if they want to defer it or they would accept it.
4518.1 of the Planning Act, does that apply to the committee? I don't have it in front of me right now. 4518.1. It has to deal with whether or not notice is required, but I can't recall if it refers directly to the committee, because it allows you to determine whether or not additional notice is required.
We do accept amendments.
But this is not an amendment of notice.
4518.1. I can't remember if it's committee as well, or just the former
OMB.
I remember the section. I can't just memorize it off the top. I'm just checking to see what the provision, if that provision exists in the Act and as applies to the committee.
If I may respond, Madam Chair, I'm like you might have seen me before here. I do this for quite some times, and we have had cases before that if like the committee has the power to decide if they would like to review the application, and then because my whole point is that the people who are being adversely affected by this change that we're making are present here today, which are the owner, literally the same person who is making the change.
Not the committee. Okay, all right, so.
And they have the ability to give.
Yes, yeah. I couldn't remember if it was extended to CVA too. See, that's why I remember this section so well. Okay. I think we have to consider on balance whether or not the changes should that feel that new notice would be required.
Are we
Yes, we're, sorry,
Are
yes,
we discussing?
yeah, we're
Okay.
discussing, I'm sorry.
I'm of the opinion that this is an improvement in terms of the existing neighbors. Yes, it's pushing the houses slightly together. These are new builds. The applicant has stated that there are a number of setbacks that would mirror what he's proposing between the two new build houses. I don't see any percentage in recirculating it, but if there's a requirement, so be it. But is there? Is there a requirement, or do we have the option? Because if we have the option, then I would say,
Don't have jurisdiction.
I don't think we need to recirculate.
Well, to me, it doesn't meet the original notice. I can appreciate that it's a betterment, but the numbers are the numbers.
And if it is recirculating, knowing that this is the only change being proposed, how soon, and if we deferred it, and assuming the applicant comes in next week, how quick can you get it back on an agenda if you're saying it must be recirculated?
Well, it depends on, this one probably could be less than 2 months.
Could we get it in on
3 weeks.
June 19th, or is that too soon?
No, June 19th, no.
No, because it's the half day.
It'll have to be at the one after that.
the 20th.
July.
I just thought because June's half a day.
I
but-
know.
Okay, well,
Then there's the other changes as well.
Yeah, the rules,
Although those are, again, not greater variances.
the committee rules don't speak to it. It may be something that we might want to talk about at another point in time, but it doesn't
Well-
speak to our ability to waive notice.
I mean,
But
And the plan
I-
for ability to waive.
based on the change, it's, in my opinion, a reasonable
It's not-
change, but that's my opinion. I don't know what you have, Tad.
So I think from a perspective of who's going to object, I can see the argument side, but there is a number of changes, some of which are making a greater variance, although it's a lesser amount. And out of an abundance of caution, and actually at the end of the day to, not have the process being able to be overturned on basis of a technical issue, I think it would be best to re-notify. That would be my thought.
Madam Deputy Secretary, can you bring this back for first early morning hearing for Mr. and in July?
Earliest available date?
Those are at the end of the day. Deferrals are at the end of the day.
Yeah, but to bring him back on a consent hearing, because he's going to make all those changes, and just bring back on at the first.
Well, typically the deferred items are at the end of the day.
We may be able to put him at the beginning of the time slot as that it is this time. He just lucked out this time, but.
I think it's more about the date
Yeah.
and the timing.
Yeah,
Of the day.
so I think it's just the earliest time slot that, earliest that you can find it.
Provided when
Okay,
we get the changes.
okay.
Square meters for the change in the FSI.
That I can give you, like,
And we could get it back,
And then give it back to the case manager and
Eileen.
then we could get it on as quickly as
By
possible.
next month, yeah.
She already has
3
it.
weeks.
But she already has it, but she mentioned that because the notice is out, we have to make the changes here today. So she already has.
It's the, I think you understand what.
Absolutely,
I'm getting about.
yes.
And I think my opinion, at the end of the day, I know it will be a delay. We haven't considered your application yet, so you don't know whether, we haven't made a determination whether you would succeed or not. But if you did the new notice based on the revisions, there wouldn't be a challenge with respect to process or notice.
Absolutely. The only thing I would appreciate,
Okay,
if any
all
way
right.
we could get here earlier, that would be wonderful.
So could I have a
So we don't have to
You
wait.
put up a notice tomorrow morning and.
Yes.
And
Okay.
file for the next
So
date.
then could I get a motion with respect?
That would be the best thing that could happen.
Yeah.
Could I get a
Sir
motion?
Russ.
My motion is that we defer this matter for the earliest possible date for this matter to return to the committee, to this committee.
What about fees?
Well, $200 doesn't mean anything to him. Plus the circulation fees.
For earliest available date,
For
right?
the earliest available date. Earliest available date.
Fees.
Fees, with fees.
Okay.
$200
Do I have a
is not
seconder? Okay. All right, all in favor? Okay, sir, thank you. Okay, so the items deferred to allow for a new notice with all of those things that you've talked about. Okay, thank you. Would you like,
Yes, that will come back to the part of it.
You can do this by daylight tomorrow.
Yes, I'll probably call the technician to see. Thank you so much.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
something we should make. That thought, thank you. Number 41, 47 Strader Avenue. Oh, 41's out there, sorry, 42, 50 Madison. Thanks for keeping me honest. Committee has before, so 50 Madison we're doing. Okay, so we'll hold you to the end, so, okay. Sorry, it was my error, I shouldn't have called. Copy of the committee has before it, copy of the minutes from November 7th public hearing and the materials submitted for consideration. Copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations. Correspondence from the assistant planner, Heritage Preservation Services. Staff report from the program manager, Heritage Preservation Services. And correspondence in opposition from 106 Lowther Avenue. Good afternoon. Can we have your name, please?
Yes, hi. I'm Angus Skeen. I'm the architect and the agent for 50 Madison. As you've said, this is an application that came through in November. At that time, a planning report supported a heritage request for a deferral to give us a chance to speak to Heritage to bring the appearance of the project more in line with something they could support. We did that, and you have on hand their letter saying they do support it. I have the one letter of opposition came in, it seemed late last night or early this morning from 106, a property to the south. It expressed two concerns. I'm happy to address both. I haven't had a chance to speak with the people and they have not attended. And that's essentially where I'm at. I'm happy to tell you anything more about the project you may like to know, but maybe I could leave that with you.
So, do you have any questions, panel members?
You've done your heritage impact assessment.
Yeah, they've actually written, we worked with them and their report, I can quote the report, but it basically says the proposal conforms to the heritage policies in the growth plan, is consistent with the heritage policies in the provincial policy statement. So they're fine with the application.
Do you have an issue with the rear lawn? What's happening?
No, it's a peculiar property. And because there was a proposal, the initial proposal we brought here, based on the information we had at the time, we were informed by zoning that we should be providing parking in the rear yard.
Yes.
Then it became apparent that in the early 90s, I think it was, this property was subject to a consent application and a bunch of minor variances. In other words, the owner of 3 houses essentially divvied them up legally through process. Mm-hmm. And at that point, our segment, 50 Madison, was given, I guess, a variance to have a single parking space located in the driveway between it and the neighbor to the south. So on my site plan, you'll even see it indicated for this proposal. If you look at drawing A1, it says parking space, as per consent decision, whatever. And once that was established, the zoning examiner said, oh, well, then nothing's changing in the backyard. None of those earlier requests, in other words, your landscape in the backyard is unaltered by your project, so it's not an issue.
Okay, now, the other thing is, tell me about the privacy on the west side of Lowther.
You could be a little careful. Is this regarding the letter from the neighbor one?
Oh, okay. There was a letter there that they had no more interest?
Yes, that's right. That was the letter that came from 106 last night or this morning, I think.
Yeah, they're talking about the privacy on the western
Yeah.
side of
Yeah.
106 Loud.
So what that is I have some photos which might clarify. At the moment, there is a privacy fence, you know, the usual 2-meter high privacy fence between the two properties. Their letter indicated they felt somehow it's any porches or decks or something may impinge on their privacy. The proposal has, I believe, a deck at the first floor level, the proposal you have before you, but nothing above. There are no projecting decks or anything above the first floor level. So I don't think we're altering their privacy issues. And to be honest, there's a number of tall buildings at the moment that are looking into everybody's backyard, buildings from like the 1970s and stuff. So.
Okay, some more questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, so thank you. We're in committee. Discussion motion.
Through you, Madam Chair. Since the last time this application was before us, a lot of changes have been made. Variances have been removed. This is a much improved application before us, and I would be prepared to move approval of the application, including the heritage condition in the May 2nd report. And I believe that's the only one that's relevant. The planning one's no longer relevant because the walkways are gone from before, so it's just the heritage condition.
Second, the heritage condition.
All in favor? Your application's approved with that condition.
Thank you.
Okay, number 4311 Forest Ridge Drive. Committee has before it copy the minutes from the November 28th public hearing, the materials submitted for consideration, copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, correspondence in concern of interest from 1 Manitou Boulevard. Can we have your name for the record, please, sir?
My name is Brian Siegel. I'm the owner of 11 Forest Ridge Drive.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions?
William, number 43?
Yes, yes.
Again, a lot of revisions have been made since the last time, and the stairs have been removed. The variances for the stairs are gone.
Mr. Siegel, just on the first variance here, a rear yard setback of 9.23 meters required, and you're providing 1.45 meters. Is this consistent with the bylaw regulations in that area?
I believe so.
And I can see here that your revisions were made after discussions with the neighbor at number 1 Manitou, and her letter indicates that they are now.
Yeah, they came over to the backyard, we walked
Yeah.
through, and we accommodated what they were consuming.
Yeah, I see that.
So would you, you know, some of the language as it appears, the revised plans, can you confirm that her understanding is correct in what she wrote in her letter? She says, it appears that the revised plans he's made make the deck narrower. This will leave 7.78 meters from my fence to his deck, including the stairs down to the yard, and that his understanding is correct, and so you're confirming that?
Yeah, we measured everything.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Right.
And that's reflected in the drawings we have?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we're in committee, discussion or motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, as the previous applications, these revisions make for a much better application. There's been discussion with the neighbor, which is one of the reasons it was deferred, so I would be prepared to move approval of the application.
Seconder? Okay, all in favor? The application's approved.
Thank you.
So number 41, A, B, and C, 47 Strader. So while everybody gets settled, I'll just indicate what the committee has before it. A copy of draft plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Covering letter from the applicant, which includes 2 photographs of the subject lot and neighborhood streetscape, area map of the subject property, and previous decisions showing similar minor variance approvals affecting properties at 51 Clovelly, 160 Cedric, 38 Almeda, 628 Winona Drive, 254 Verbena, 106 to 108 and 125 Holland Park Avenue, 420 Oakwood Avenue, 486 Arlington, 430 Rushton, 71 Gloucester Grove, and 91 Chiltern Hill Road. Staff report from the Manager, Development Engineering, Engineering and Construction Services, Toronto and East York District, and Manager, Permits and Enforcement, Parking, Transportation Services. We can please have your name, please, for record.
Elliot Balmoral.
Okay. So you've had a chance to have some discussions. Are there concerns that remain outstanding? Okay.
Yeah, there still are some.
Okay, so could you do a presentation, please?
Yes.
Just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. My name's Elliot Balmoral. I'm here to speak on the consent application and associated minor variances. I'm a municipal lawyer in the City of Toronto. Since project conception, I've maintained continuous communication with Yisha and Lou at Community Planning. Planning staff are supportive of this consent and variances associated with it. Furthermore, Transportation Engineering have also issued a positive staff report dated May 9th, 2019. The subject property offers a unique opportunity for intensification due to its oversized width and close proximity to existing public transit. At 34.5 feet wide by 102 feet deep, the subject lot is atypically wide for the Oakwood Vaughan area and resembles a rare double lot, differing from the prevailing lot patterns in the area. There are a number of multi-unit duplexes and bungalows nearby, as well as on the subject block. It's predominantly undersized lots, with this one being the second largest on the street. 85% of lots on the subject block do not conform to the minimum lot frontage requirements prescribed by the city-wide zoning bylaw. Strader Avenue block right here. The subject property is in green, the larger one at 34.5 feet wide. Red lots are ones that do not conform to the current city bylaw. And you'll see a number of lots that are currently smaller than what this will be after it's subdivided. There's a 17-foot wide detached dwelling on the subject block and 2 sets of 16-foot semis. Recent approvals for 16-foot semi-detached dwellings have been approved in the area at 51 Clovelly Avenue, 100 Cedric Avenue, and there's many other 14 and 15-foot detached houses very, very close by. I'll leave it to committee at this point.
So what about the variance applications?
So for the variance applications, we've gone through many with Yushan at the city. Many homes in the area have setbacks as low as 0 meters. We've improved. The original application was at 0.6 meters, and we improved that to 0.75 meters on either side. The proposed main height of main paired walls was originally over 10 meters at 10.6 meters. That was brought down to 9.5, and the house actually uniquely steps back twice. And I could post it. And this was done in order to impact any massing or FSI issues with the house and minimize any impact from the street. We also have the 3rd story built into the roof, so the roof line is even lower. It's actually just under 7 meters. In terms of FSI, through speaking with community planning, the house is about 1,980 square feet. Most of the built form houses in the area are 1,900 square feet, so it is in line with other houses in the area, and in line with the current detached house that's sitting on only half of the property right now.
So with respect to the cumulative nature, you've got front yard landscaping, lot area, frontage, height, first floor, FSI, number of platforms.
Sorry, I was just going to interrupt you for 1 second on that, because in terms of front yard landscaping, that variance was removed, and you should see an updated zoning review in there.
I'm talking about the notice that went out. So you're removing that variance then?
So there is a there's a new zoning bylaw
Okay,
notice.
but this is the public notice that went out, so if
Yeah,
it's
so-
changed since then?
Yeah, it's.
Okay, because we have variant on 41B,
Mhm.
which is part 1.
Yep.
And on part 2, it's talking about front yard landscaped open space.
So that's been
Requires
removed.
75, and it says you were asking for 50.
So that variance has been, so the zoning notice that we have, the updated one, is only, it was just, there's a few variants on it that were improved on.
Okay, can you
but-
take us through those then?
Yes, I
You don't-
can, I definitely can.
Okay, because we still have to show that landscape.
Okay, so that variance was removed, so the application that would be in front of us today,
Do you want to take us through?
Yes, that's what I was
All of them.
asking him to do.
would you like me to?
I would
Yeah.
like you to take us through the public notices on the variances and
Yeah.
tell us what, if anything, has changed.
Okay,
So
so,
let's go with part 1 first, so 41B.
41B.
okay, so,
Saying number 1 is gone altogether?
has been removed, so I'll have different numbering now.
Don't worry about the number.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell us what's the.
So number 1 is you no longer require front yard landscaped. You can
Nope.
provide 75%.
Exactly, that's been
Okay, so
removed.
that's
So
removed.
number 1's gone.
Number 2, required lot area, that remains
That will
the same.
remain the same, yeah.
180 meters square.
Pardon, 163.53, yeah.
What?
No, the variance,
163, okay.
the frontage is the same, I would
Yep.
assume.
Permitted heights is.
Side walls,
Sidewalls was improved to 9.6, sorry, just give me 1 second, because my number's changed, and to 9.6 meters from 10.
No longer 10.7.
No, 9.6.
okay. What about number 5? Maximum permitted height to first floor.
That stays the same at 1.47, yeah.
Okay, does the FSI change, number 6?
Nope, that stays the same.
Number 7, you're still having 2 platforms?
Yes, but there's a minor difference in it because the house was, with community planning, we made the house not as deep, so it affected the balcony size.
The size, okay, so number 7 stays the same in terms of number of platforms.
Number planned for, exactly.
So number 8, which is the size of the platforms. So the second story deck, you're asking for 9.99 meters squared. Is that changed? So is that changed? Is that?
That's changed to 13.88.
So that's getting bigger?
13.88.
13.8.
So you're making the second story deck larger?
Exactly, because the house got smaller.
Okay. That's a larger
It's
variance.
a large variance, yeah.
Okay.
And the area of the third story deck is what?
Third story deck is what? So you're going to be, so you're removing that.
So third story deck is gone.
The third story deck is what's third.
You're going to be in, okay, just a second.
Okay,
Let's go back.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a lot of changes. So the second story deck,
will be,
the notice said 9.99. What are you asking it to be now?
I think it's now being
4.47 meters square. Okay,
4.47 for the second, 13.88.
so it's the third story deck that's getting larger.
Exactly.
13.8.
So that's more than the notice.
Yes, and I just want to let you know, this was actually sent in, they must have just
Doesn't
circulated the
matter,
wrong
it's
one.
what
No,
went out
exactly.
for the notice.
No, okay.
Let's hear the rest of them.
Yes.
Okay, number
Number
9.
nine.
That stays the same, I take it.
Number 9.
The common wall.
Yes, yep.
Number 10,
Which was,
side yard setback on the east side,
So-
0.62 meters.
so that was improved to 0.75 meters?
0.75.
Yeah.
Number 11. The deck will be located 0.62 meters from the east side lot line.
Sorry, I'm just looking through the same variance. So,
When did this revised application get submitted?
Quite a while ago.
Months ago.
Yeah, quite a while ago.
Before the notice went out?
The application technician sent the wrong notice out.
Oh, really?
I didn't recently make changes after the fact. They just sent the wrong one. This was me originally going back with community planning. We came to a resolution on what they wanted to be
Did you bring
seen.
this to the attention of the technician as soon as you got the notice?
We just found out. I just found out. Even when I looked at the notice, it must.
It didn't register with you?
No, because it's so similar. Other than the one that jumped out at me when they asked about the front yard landscaping.
Revised plans and the zoning notice directly to Jason.
Of course, yes, of course.
Jason Bragg.
Jason Bragg, yeah, and he responded with receipt of it.
Okay, variance number 11.
Right,
Does
and
that
I'll just let you know, variance number 11, the deck will be located
7.5.
0.75. It was improved.
Okay, parking remains the same?
Yes.
And the other remains the same?
What about the next one?
Okay,
let's
so
go
the
to
next, one,
They will be
Part two.
they will be identical to the part.
absolutely identical?
Yeah, to the part one change.
So 1 is gone,
Yes.
2 remains the same, 3 remains the same.
Yes.
4 gets changed to 9.6.
Yes.
5 remains the same,
Yes.
6 remains the same,
Yes.
6 remains the same, 7 remains the same.
Yes.
8 gets changed
Yes.
to 4.47 meters squared for the second floor and 13.88 for the third floor. 9 remains the same. 10 changes to 0.75.
Yes.
0.75.
Yes. Yes.
11 changes to 0.75 meters.
Yes.
And there is no number 12.
No.
And number 1, that's weird. But
The other
there
one
is a
has
number 1.
12.
Yeah. No, but on the second one, there's no number 12.
Oh, on the second one.
Yeah.
So,
No number 12.
so what is posted?
The messes.
This
one.
The notice is
They're,
what?
but the notice, but they're both zoning notices are on the application on the AIC.
Right, but the average person doesn't go to the AIC.
Yeah, I think what's might be important to notice here is that almost all of them, aside from that, the one with the third story platform size has been improved and one removed. The intention of the third story deck getting larger, that was only to reduce the actual size of the house and improve the setbacks on the side of the house.
Let's cut the chase here.
Yeah, please.
You have a couple that's increased.
Just one.
Oh, I think there's just one. There's just as one, and it was only in order to make the house smaller.
Third story deck.
Exactly.
You also increase 0.75.
No, that would be a decrease. We wanted more room on the side of the house, so in order to bring, say, a lawnmower back to the back of the house, 0.6 we realized it's a little tight to neighbors, even though there's houses in the area that are at 0 meters. 0.75 leaves more room, so that was improved.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my initial question then. The number of variances being requested and the nature of the variances. Are the performance standards that you're looking for here cumulatively, not just individually, found other places in the neighborhood?
Of course, and they're actually much greater. But this is
So they have this number of variances?
No, they have more variances and more aggressive variances. This is actually
per property.
Per property I think almost within the mailing radius or just slightly out of it, and we see that at 38 and 40 Almeida, 51 Clovelly, 160 Cedric. You'll see no parking variances, a flat roof that's almost 11 meters. I mean, I have a few of the, I have the applications, and as you do in your folders, and you'll see that they have side yard setbacks at 0.15 meters on some of those.
I have a question about lot area.
Please.
Yeah, I know your nice map, but it was for frontages only, right?
Frontages only, yes.
So, lot area, examples of reduced lot area in the area.
It's really, to be honest, actually, it's a function of frontage. So you'll see it on each one of those.
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily, actually. You'll definitely see it on all the narrower ones, because we have detached.
Which ones do you want to point out that
So let me-
match your lot area?
I don't think he knows. But you don't know which ones are less or equal to what you're.
So the immediate neighbors would have to be less, because the immediate neighbors on number 43, on number 49, and 45 and 43 have less lot frontage and the same depth. So they would have to have, by that math, lower lot area, and that would go for as well houses number 17, 19, 15. Those are the ones that I could easily tell you would have less. And that's just on the immediate block. I mean, we're talking about a street with only 34 houses on it, and I could identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses that have smaller lot frontages and the same depth.
And given the fact these are new builds, is there, it's a lot of variances? Is there no way to make some improvements here?
To be honest, a lot of the variances that you're seeing in terms of the number, I mean, I think we have on the new one 11 variances after the front yard landscaping was removed. We have 2 of them just in relation to the decks and 2 for the parking. We've really gone through community planning and spent months making an application that we believe that was fitting within the area, given other houses that have been approved. There's been a lot of things that are being reduced. There was originally a front, we had to walk it out the front. They wanted to move to the back. We helped with the setbacks. Even though we didn't have a building length variance, we reduced the building length, made the house smaller.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I mean, you've gone smaller than what you actually asked for.
For sure.
Still, you're still
for
getting
sure.
a lot of variance.
No, but actually what it was is we went smaller than other houses that got approved. Because really what we were trying to do was bring an application to committee that wasn't going above what previous ones have done, but below, in order to have an acceptable application.
So why aren't you then just sticking with I'm going back to.
Sure, yeah.
Why aren't you just sticking with the deck size on the 3rd floor as you originally submitted? Why are you making that bigger?
It's bigger because we need the space in order to have the functional layout that we want on the 1st and 2nd floor.
I don't know, well, you can pull the deck back from it doesn't have to be the.
No, exactly, but then I would be making the 3rd floor larger, and that would increase the FSI.
I don't understand.
And
that.
that's a platform, you don't have to have the platform the whole size of the.
Like, you don't have to extend.
No, not at all, and I mean, it technically could, and it doesn't need to be. We could have a railing. I mean, the platforms are defined by the railings.
It doesn't have to go to the edge of the.
You're completely right. It doesn't have to be that, and they're defined by the railings. But it was in an effort to make the 3rd story smaller and lessen any impact. We really wanted the houses to step in. It's something that.
No, I'm talking about the platform.
Exactly.
With the railing, like.
With the railing.
You're wanting to increase the size.
Is that something that could
I'm
be?
asking the question.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't intentional to increase it. It was more just an aspect of wanting to make the house smaller, a lower FSI.
Okay, I'm not following that, but let's just, it doesn't make sense to me. You can either make the house smaller or you can't, or you don't. It has nothing to do with the deck.
The space.
Having said that, are there any examples of a deck this large?
There's examples.
In that block, yeah.
There's examples on the immediate street.
Yeah, on this street,
I could only
because
go-
I went through some of the stuff that was sent in, which is quite far removed from what we're talking about.
I wasn't able, the only things that I could really come up with, I mean, I couldn't take pictures of people's backyards. There aren't any committee applications on the street. That's the only way I'd be able
Right,
to
but
really
you-
able to see.
But you can go in the backyard of this one, so is there anything looking in either direction?
Not that I would
like
know
this
exact sizes for, only the ones that
times?
that have been approved in the area. There's one on 51 Clovelly, there's, which is 2 streets over, there's a deck that is, I think it's at 12 or 13 meters square.
So you pulled the third floor back, and that's what you mean by making the house smaller.
Exactly.
But your deck doesn't have to extend to the top of the edge of the roof on the second floor.
It doesn't, and is that,
That was my point.
I understand, and would I be able to?
Chosen to want to take it to the edge.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, all right.
And actually, I remember at one point, I was talking to our planner, Yushin, and she understood that the deck would get larger as a result and said she was okay with that
Yeah,
variance.
we don't have anything from planning, so.
No, and that was the whole idea, planning, and planning actually emailed me back after we came up with the last drawings and said, would you mind putting privacy railings on either side on the drawings so that I don't have to write anything into
But
committee?
it's not really as a result of pulling back the house, it's because you've chosen to make the deck, to maximize this outside space for the deck, after pulling back that third floor, right? It's not one is not a function of.
No, I understand. So if I were to consciously have wanted to make it smaller, I could have brought a railing in to make it, say, not to keep it
Okay,
the same.
so, thank you. We'll hear from you again. May we hear from you ladies, if both of you are speaking? Can you come up to the podium, please? Oh, please, yes, please, thank you. And if we can have your names and addresses, please.
My name is Susan Tarabanco, and I live at 16 Strader Avenue.
My name is Allison Tiley, and I live at 24 Strader Avenue. And I have a letter from many neighbors on my street that are really concerned about this development.
Okay, do you have?
Can I read it to you?
Did you want to hand it in, or is it a?
Can I hand it in afterwards? Yes. Or, yeah, because it's really, I didn't write it. A lot of my neighbors couldn't come today and asked us to come on their behalf.
Can you tell us how many people are you representing with the letter?
Well, I have 10 people who have signed, but many were out. We didn't actually realize that this was, all of us on our street just realized last night that we had to come today. And actually, one of my neighbors, he wrote it yesterday, and he tried to email it, but it wouldn't send. So.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so we are writing to express our concerns with the proposed building on our street, for which we have received a notice. We have concerns about the large number of variances requested, some of which are more than minor. These include, but are not limited to, the height of the exterior main walls exceeding the limit by more than 2 meters, triple the number of decks permitted on the rear of a dwelling, because we don't have any other houses like that on our street. With each of those decks being more than double the permitted size, although there's been a change, exceeding the minimum setback requirements from property lines and neighboring homes in almost every direction, and most alarmingly, the failure to provide even a single parking space for a proposed multiple dwelling. Parking is already a huge issue on this street. So this project would also appear to involve the destruction of a large, structurally sound, single-family dwelling on one of the first homes that has existed on that street, probably the first home. And although densification and the provision of affordable housing may be a laudable aim in general, this particular project appears to suffer from overreach. The sheer number of variances and requests to exceed limits that were presumably put in place for a reason or cause for concern. And we urge the city to ask the developer to try to work within the established restrictions for such projects.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Could I say something? Regarding, I take some issues with some of the things that were mentioned by the builder. He talks about intensification, but doesn't provide parking. And as Allison said, it is an issue. Presently, he has rented the home to people who park on the lawn. There are tire marks on that lawn.
That's in addition to, there is a current driveway.
And there's a driveway.
And so they're using the driveway, but also parking on the grass.
Okay. I also take issue with the frontage. Most of the dwellings there are about 25 feet frontage, and that includes a driveway. And because it is an old neighborhood, some of the smaller homes would make sense. This was farmland that was subdivided. So this particular lot is bigger because it was a farmhouse, and it was, as Allison said, one of the first on the street, and that's why it's as big as it is. Again, too many variances, and it's a slippery slope. If there are other builders who have even more variances, as he mentioned, it's because this is a working class neighborhood that is becoming gentrified. That's what we're finding. And some of the owners who live there, some of them are older adults who are moving out into nursing homes, so they don't. They're not going to be out there taking issue with some of these new buildings, new homes that are going up. So we rely on you to uphold the city standards, because it is a slippery slope. The other thing, this is the first time I've seen the design of this house, and I must admit it is ugly. Some of the humbler bungalows on that street look better than the design of this house. It looks makeshift, it looks like a barn, and it's small because they're trying to put two homes into one lot, even though it is a larger lot than the others. But to me, this is what's happening, is like people are coming in because it's still an affordable neighborhood. And they're not really taking the time that is needed to make the design one that is complementary for the city, not just for our neighborhood, but for the city, because it's really all about making money. So as the Oversight Committee, I hope you do take what we, the neighbors on Strader, really find offensive at this point. And we're not opposed to change. We are not opposed to change.
Are these buildings larger than the ones that's normal in the neighborhood?
Yes, because it's a farmhouse. Like it was one of the. There are two homes there. One is. They're both farmhouses. The ones that are farmhouses are larger than some of the others, but mostly 25 feet.
What is being proposed larger? Okay, but is there lots that are as narrow as what is being proposed with structures the size of what's being proposed?
There might be maybe a couple of cottages, but they have parking. They have a driveway that goes to the back. So perhaps the lot is smaller, the house is smaller, because they may have a mutual drive where they can take their car to the back.
Do most of the homes have driveways?
I would say, yeah.
But some people, for example, the studies like we were referring to next door, they don't have parking. And some other people on the street they have two cars, and they have a lot of trouble finding any parking even in summer.
Is it permit parking?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you weren't aware of the changes to the application?
No.
So are your comments adjusted at all based on the changes you learned about today?
We're not really happy with the changes because it's still a variance, and they're just too many. And when builders come with these extensive lists of change, they're changing the fabric of the city, one variance at a time. And I think and as I said before, it's a slippery slope.
Thank you. Any further questions, panel members? Okay. So we'll hear from you just to speak to the issues that have been raised. Please, thank you.
I'll say just briefly, we have staff planning and transportation in order to guide us on what they believe is in keeping with the area and what isn't. And we do have support, and we've carefully been granted that support by going through our application with them over a very long period of time, making changes and really trying to get their approval. We've given you multiple applications in your package to show you that there are other houses in the area that are much bigger, on smaller lots with smaller setbacks. We really don't like being painted as the big bad builder in the area that's just trying to make a profit, putting up things that other people don't want. We tried making an application that is a reduction to other applications in the surrounding streets. In terms of transportation, there's permit parking on the street. Only 3 of those permits have been taken out of the 14 that are available. We're about 600 meters to the Eglinton subway station and less than that to the new LRT Oakwood transit station. In terms of the deck size, it was unintentional for the 3rd-story deck to get larger. I'd be happy to reduce that variance to 6 meters from 13.88 meters if that was any issue at all. I didn't really hear anyone speaking to that specific variance, but it was something that was the only thing that got increased from one zoning notice to the next. So I would be happy to reduce that variance for the 3rd-story deck to 6 meters squared from 13.88. The intention wasn't to have a large deck there, just to make the 3rd story smaller.
So you've given us a lot of decisions. Let's speak to number of variances. If you were to highlight, out of all of these decisions, the information you've given us, the ones that you feel most, from a cumulative, in terms of, frontage.
Well, I would say, right nearby 51 Clow Valley, those are 16-foot frontage houses. And then you have 160 Sedgwick Avenue. Those are also 16-foot frontage houses, and they're the same type of semi-detached new construction houses.
Okay.
And with these ones being at 17 and a half feet, they are larger than 5 other houses on the street out of 34. You have a 17.1 foot lot frontage for a single house. You have 4 semis that fit the exact pattern of these semis that are, except they're even smaller. So it isn't something that's gonna jump out on the street. As a matter of fact, the current detached house only sits on half of the property right now.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions, panel members? Questions, Mr. Russell? Okay, we're in committee, discussion or a motion?
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a new build situation, and I would suggest that there are a lot of variances here, and I'm also concerned with respect to the design and the character of of what's being proposed and how it fits into the context of the neighborhood. I respect the materials regarding frontages. I really didn't see anything that addressed lot area on the street. It was kind of more of a guessing game. I did plot the decisions on a map. They're all, well, certainly not on our map, but they're at least 2 blocks or more from the site that we're looking at. In terms of the driveway, it's got a driveway now. I'm not sure why the driveway wasn't incorporated in this plan. I do appreciate revisions that have been made, but I'm not really comfortable with this application. Those are my comments.
Any comments, Mr. Russell?
The application has a lot of variances, and they're all over the place. But with regards to the build types, basically we're not finding what is here, what's been offered, even with the changes. We don't find those things happening on Strader Avenue. If we should make a decision to approve this application, we would, in fact, start what's called a domino effect. And I don't think it's not my purview or this committee's purview to start another domino effect anywhere. I believe this application is an overreach. I believe that even the way it's set up, it's not congruent to the local community, and is not in agreement with the issues that are set up by the City of Toronto Act or the Municipal Act to be favorable to the community. So I'm not very comfortable with this application. If you want, I would think I'd move a motion to deal with it.
Okay, my only comment further to my colleagues is I don't believe it complies with the official plan policies that are required with respect to consideration of prevailing character and of the area. So that would be my thought. So I need a motion.
I move a motion for denial of the application for the consent application of 47 Strader Avenue, for denial of the variance application of 47 Strader Avenue Part 1.
Will it be the updated?
For
zoning?
denial, as updated.
As amended.
As amended, for denial of the application of 47 Strader Avenue Part 2 as updated. And so as a result of that, I move that the consent application be denied.
So basically, just to clarify, so you're moving refusal of all three components?
All three components.
As amended?
As amended.
Okay.
I would just like to make sure that they're amended to match what was given to Jason Bragg perfectly. Just-
Whatever you gave us today.
That's what we'll be going with.
Whatever you gave us today, because that's why we asked to go through this thing.
And we
Oh,
should
just a
make
minute,
sure.
we haven't voted yet.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
There's also the issue that as it was amended for the third floor deck, that it's larger.
All of those amendments that
But-
that's been provided.
I understand that,
But hang on one second, but the revision to make it 6 meters square wasn't, I don't
No,
believe
I never,
officially put
no, I didn't
forward, so
officially
it's
put that.
13.8?
It went from 9.7 to 13.8.
Yes, so there was an amendment. That revision after that to 6 we never considered it because.
Yeah, no, but I just don't know what everyone wrote down, so I need to make sure what you wrote down matches as amended, or else we'll have an
Well,
issue with the city. Yeah.
We
brought it
we
through it.
read it back to you as we went through it. didn't
Yeah,
we?
so I think
Okay,
we
so
should.
can we please just vote on this and staff can confirm with you what?
Exactly, yeah, that's all I want to make sure.
I'll
Okay.
second the motion.
Okay, so all in favor? Okay, so the 3 applications have been denied or refused. Okay, please make sure you fill out decision request forms. Thank you. Committee is adjourned at 6:10 p.m.